Hey guys, welcome to another session of In Riveth's Wake. Today is session 99. What a journey it's been. Almost, uh, almost the big number. I've never gotten to this far before, but it is a thing and it is happening. Uh, Sublair today is going to chop a tree, and they're going to use the chopping method of the Pinnacle arts, a chopped version of it in a sense.
Unintended.
And I have a tree in mind. It's going to be the same one I was doing before. I go up to the tree. I have a sword in hand for this one. I uh, I, I will visualize these, or sorry, I will present the techniques in which I will um, give this tree a slap. Um,
What? You gonna slap a tree?
Slap it with my sword as I take
Oh,
out
okay, okay.
this sword I have, and so what I'm going to be doing is the shepherd's honing technique. Um, that is something I'm good at, something I know I can provide a lot of damage with because the passive Dao of this tree is that if you haven't, it pretty much has a I don't know, a threshold in a sense. If you can't beat what the previous ones, well, you're not going to get through me either way for damage. Um, which is rough in a sense because I could be going up against, say, I don't know, a lot of damage, and they just didn't have the right technique to cut the tree in the first place. Chop it
That's a
down.
lot of damage.
Um, so the visualization is to uh, cut it clean. Because the desired outcome here, the action of success, is to cut it clean so it can be felled. Um, so next is the internalization phase, the knowing aspect. Um, and I've done this many times. I've cut with my blade in practice so much that I'm going to digest this visualization and make it a reality. No hesitation, just fast slice. And the actualization phase is where I express it. I actually put my my manual take on this as a sword is a sword. It's not a tool. I take that from the bustling world aspect. I take that away and I make it all mine. And then I finish this
Gasp.
off with Dao Punctuation. Um, and it is an expression of something quite simple. You have failed, and you. Sorry, let me say that again.
Hmm.
This You are a failure because you have lost what will keep you stagnant. The other way around. You have lost that would have kept you from stagnancy as your fibrous has been cut. And you are wood. You are to be cut, just like a sword, to be broken by my sword as I slice clean. I will be using um I will be using a destiny fragment here as I bypass the need for hitting it multiple times as the power flows through it and does, as we put down in chat, we have might go to my character sheet and I have 338 power in my reservoir. I'm going to be using even further beyond on my sword power to add an additional plus 299.
It's a lot of power, bud.
And then we look at our sword arts. And you may target each target you transition to starts the series over from 1. You may choose to use this technique freely at each attack with a sword. Each attack requires a stacking +1 sword power cost with a +10 bonus to enemy parry and a -10 penalty to each dodge. Each power spent grants +1 felling, +1 devastating, +1 true damage, and +100 shield damage. Times 637. Is 637 devastating and 6,370 true damage enough?
Did you break 999,999 damage?
It's the devastating and everything else I was putting into that. I was wondering if that would counteract, or do I still need the extra damage? Because if I do need the extra damage, I can put it on. That's no problem.
You make a good point, because the devastating is critical damage.
And the true damage goes is a fair amount. The felling is extra on top of that. But it's more of just like extra, just damage to the health bar, and not health bar. Sorry, it's pretty much just extra damage. But devastating is the critical in a sense, which would have a different effect. But there are ways I can throw some extra stuff on there. It's just yeah, 637 devastating.
You get a good thwack into the tree.
Okay.
Blade goes in a couple inches. You definitely have struck deep, but you could feel that the sword is not an ideal tool to be cutting trees,
It's true.
or at least not these ones.
Yeah. Okay.
But the blade's got in about 4 inches. The weak point, the Dao point.
Mhm.
Bit of elaboration. The Dao point feels they can be utilized specifically because you have used failure Dao, but not because of the point itself. You basically introduce failure into defend or into their defenses. But if you craft your Dao point a little bit more effectively, you could definitely cut a tree.
Okay. Sublayer will step back and be like, all right, this is the whole point of practice. He will step back, release the blade in his hand, and sit down and come up with a better Dao point to present.
Indeed.
Uh, do I need just a rest in order to get my sword power back? Or
Yes,
'cause I
you'll
don't
need
really
the
think.
rest, but if you
Yeah,
rest, you only get the sword power back. You don't recover fatigue. You'll have to spend another rest scene to get the other stuff.
that's fine. And that's interesting because I didn't know that it didn't do two and two. So it's nice to know that they're separated. Like I have to kind of choose. Um, okay.
Um, to recover sword power or any other power reservoir,
Mhm.
it's requires individual focus,
It's fine.
concentration.
It's almost like meditation instead of an actual
hmm
rest. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically meditation,
Gotcha.
which is why you don't recover the other stuff.
Yeah. Um, so in that case, I will take my time to regenerate that key. Not sorry, key. My sword power,
Okay.
and think about. Yeah.
Set up Poe.
That is a Poe.
Oh, yo.
We
Hey,
required Poe.
William, we're gonna start an extra half an hour after the fact, so we all have time to get ready, so you don't have to worry too much about uh, coming in late or anything like that. So
Okay, I got you. Yeah. I, whew, I love my children.
good.
Yes. I woke up. Well, I looked at my phone. I woke up at like 7. I looked at my phone, 8:01, and I was just like, okay, let me unpeel myself from the bed. And I'm just like, I'm gonna grab a granola bar because I am hungry, and I should be good. Kids are up there. Okay, cool, no problem. I get to grabbing a granola bar, walking back, and then the oldest is yelling at the younger two for messing up the room that she cleaned. And I was just like, let me just, because they have people coming over, and a stipulation to people coming over was clean room. I go up there, it's not that bad. The middle child has already like picked up a lot of what got messed up, and just like, okay, cool. We're all okay. Let's just calm down, not have a crash out. The youngest one is like, let's play a game where this baby doll hits you. Middle child, that sounds like a really sucky game. But I'm just like, yeah, let's, you know what, we're just gonna back away slowly. I'm already late. But yeah, I love my children.
This is good.
No, there must be more violence. More mayhem.
I I fear when that 5-year-old gets to like just a the terrible twos have passed, so I guess there's that. But it's just like when she realizes how to utilize a lot of her energy in like different ways, I'm just like, oh boy, that kid's gonna be doing all sorts of things.
Yeah, just give her a sport. That'll occupy that expression of energy.
I don't know how long she would stick to a sport, but
Well, do what my dad did. He sent me to a sports camp
Ah.
where each day of the camp we did a different sport
Hmm.
until you found something that's like, hey, this is pretty neat. Yeah, I did like 17 different sports. It's wild.
Nice.
Yeah. I even did underwater basket weave. Not that I was good at it.
One breath underwater basket weaving shark defense.
We had Blaha. It wasn't a real shark.
Ah. Let's see. I believe I'm good for next weekend. I don't know how everybody else is looking for holiday stuff.
Next
I will be.
Saturday, I should be good, but we are not having a session.
I will be gone.
There we go.
I am gone from the 22nd to the 1st.
That sounds like a very, I don't know if that's vacation or, but that sounds like a nice time.
Well, it's 11 days with the family. It can either be pretty wonderful, or it can be other.
Family.
Depends on kind of like the first 2 days, if it's kind of sets the tone for the vacation. Should be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Did anybody watch the Ling Cage video that I put in chat last week or earlier month? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, cultivator space battle that I was just like, I kind of like this. That kind of shows. I'm not entirely sure what kind of
The
practitioner.
laser drones.
Yeah,
Yeah. I might have to kill you guys with laser drones now.
I
Now,
liked.
hold on. We already had chain gun drones. Those didn't do too much.
Lasers are so much cooler. So obviously they're way more like
I
dangerous.
don't know that they are. It's like high energy blasts. That seems pretty hot.
Oh, yeah, it's so much hotter, bro.
I liked the visualization of drone ritual casting.
Yeah.
And what was it just like? And then I finish my circle and pull, and oh, well, that just got a lot more complicated. And then homie's just like, all right, I got some like demon ritual magic here, but let me just, all right, math. Dude just pulls out a straight geometry equation, just like, okay, I figured this out.
Well, not quite, because he looks like he was being piloted.
Yeah, like I want to actually watch Ling Cage and figure out everything that it is, but I've seen this one fight and I'm just like, okay, this is wild. But yeah, I think they're both pilots, but it's just like I want to know. Kind of looks like Sword Art Online to an extent of or no, because somebody walked into their suit in a different clip, so but anyways, yeah. I found that fight very interesting. And then also, yes, the sword army, the modern day. That's dope as shit. We have cultivators again.
Yeah. Liked it. It was very cool. Take ahead to dodge. So, Mr. Poe, now that you're here, we're here to cut trees. Are you ready to cut trees?
I am ready to cut trees. On quick side note, Chun Po would try to address Liron and Savalar, and would you all like to have, well, maybe not Dao discussion, but, or kind of, but, discussions of what we went through last week, or at least I would like to talk about some of the things I went through last week. Because I've had some revelations, I think. Or at least tugs in the right direction.
Oh. And what would those be?
A better, well, going through both events with the giving tree and the taking tree, I better understand a grandeur or delusion, or I think I better understand grandeurs and delusions and what or why me as a poisoner, why I see it easier. Or that's a bad way to say that. I've been thinking that there are times that my brain has said that I am very, very powerful. And so I've had some grandeurs of myself as something much stronger than I am. And in dealing with the giving tree and the taking tree, as a poisoner, I could not trust something trying to give me anything. When I came to the taker, I could easily and willingly decided to kill myself on that tree, and it didn't quite work. But it was because the taker I could understand and I could trust somebody wanting to take something from me as just a, yep, all right, yeah, I can understand. I believe this easier than somebody wanting to give me a gift in death. Or at least I believe that's what that tree was trying to do now, as going through what the taker had to say. And I believe that is a delusion of paranoia, and so I've been thinking of delusions and grandeurs in a different light as I have been suffering from these types of poisons. Whether or not that was specifically because I survived my trial of poison, or whether or not it's just an effect of using the poison, or if it's just you're thinking about it and you're understanding it a little bit more. But I'm starting to question and understand, and what weapon I wield in that way. I've also been asking questions of why I want to get stronger. And
Sure.
what aspects of life that I have continued down. And it's getting closer to an I don't know. Or at least in this current version of me, I'm uncertain as to long-term goals, or I have long-term, and I have immediate short-term that aren't that good, and then I have this middle that I don't know how to get to the long-term.
It's the fight trees.
So, Chun Po, what is your desire then?
Currently, my desire is to wield the weapon of poison with a little bit more respect and dignity, and to understand that I am not some being that can just thrust that upon somebody else and have it. I should not be a child wielding something that dangerous. And I should not be allowing the poisons that they represent to be affecting my mind before I ever use it. I also want to win. And I want to walk out of this opportunity understanding the visualization, internalization, actualization, technique, and Dao ending, or Dao sentence ending, putting the period on there in a way that not just I understand it, but it's just like I can recreate it to a, yes, this is how I deal with this.
Oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. What's Chun Po's goal, I guess? Not short term. What's Chun Po's long term goal for themselves as you are? Is it just to master poisonry?
No,
Okay.
no, that's
What is Chun Po's desire then? Is not just to finish this opportunity. That's not really a desire for you. That's just something you're going to do. What is Chun Po's desire?
I want to put somebody through a feeling that was well, for now, the most intense and dangerous thing that I feel like I've ever gone through, which was my uh, poison, not bath, but baptism, trial by fire. I want to deeply hurt the people uh, that made it to where I got cursed. I want to know exactly how, not just how that happened, but understanding how that came about, and I want them to suffer in that way.
So your desire is revenge in a sense?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also am, as we've survived more and more, revenge has become less immediate. I wanted to become a doctor and to heal poisons, and I feel like I can still do that, but all of my thoughts have been oriented towards taking power or getting revenge, even in our immediate block.
Yes, Chun Po, you went down a very interesting path for yourself. Your emotions are quite intense now. So it makes sense of why you would feel these things and why it's kind of at the focus of your attention.
Yeah, also rage meter now. That is going to be interesting to actually OOC implementing into the storyline of Chun Po. You know what? I'd love to just be calm and yeah, this is a great time to stop. But rage meter says uh when we get to the stars, I think I want to well, I want to provide a clinic, a galactic clinic of some sort, and to understand everything that could go wrong in space in terms of what a poison is. And there's, we have a few, but and then raising bees. I think those are my desires. That is what I do want at the end.
So I guess the question I have for you though is, are you going to be a beekeeper discipline or are you going to be a physician discipline?
You see, I really wish I could just have the other one as a hobby, because like I'm almost certain the bees are going to keep themselves, like, to an extent. And, like, yes, okay, yeah, no, it's just the level of professionalism rather than hobby keeping.
And I don't think those bees are a hobby.
Yeah. I think keeping space bees and creating something that is specified cultivation boost is not a bad goal. And so I will choose and stick with that.
You sure? You can always change your mind.
It might change. I don't know. But I
All
would
right.
like to giving somebody like, hey, I can create you a honey that is really good for your cultivation, specified to your cultivation.
That's good.
Yeah.
Keep this desire for yourself in mind going forward. But right now we were talking about the Dao discussion and the chopping technique, or the chopping, the chop. It's just called the chop. To do the chop. It's not a technique in a sense. It's just the chop.
Okay.
What about you, Liron? Do you feel like you're ready to do your chop?
Perhaps, but I think there's something else to be learned here other than the visualization method. You see those passive Dao points that the trees have constructed?
Yes.
Perhaps it's also attempting to teach us that.
Oh, I thought that was already ingrained in it. It's you can either be passive or active.
Yes, but do we know how to be passive or active?
We're active is what we're trying to do right now, I suppose, right?
Yes, but the passive Dao point,
Mm.
I suppose, could be quite useful for a thing that you are doing a lot.
Is it passive in the sense that you have done it so many times that it becomes second nature and you don't have to do it anymore? Like a repetition passive? Or I don't know what other version. Is it a repetition passive?
One of these doesn't require the use of a Dao point each time you want to do it.
So you could just do it. Okay.
And this could be useful in Dao discussions as well. If you already have your points established, you don't need to use points, perhaps.
Yeah, one of the notes I have here is that mastering the sequence allows a cultivator to apply an active application or passive assignment of their DAO to their basic actions. But maybe that's just taking things out of context. But
It's possible that learning this method would do that, I suppose.
Was this a Liron? Was that a tree you already chopped down? before? Like, was that
This one?
this tree? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Um, I do want to stay next to sturdy lad and try to figure it out. If that, the people said not to chop too many trees, right?
Well, I think the point here is if you've successfully chopped it, not in my case, you've already succeeded at what you were trying to do.
There was or my brain was wondering with all of the different trees that we have here thus far and which ones we have looked at. Also, like, if you guys, there's still a number of trees that don't have names. If you guys found one that you're just like, I don't know, I think there's a certain level of let's pick pick the right tree for yourself or something.
It's possible. That is one method to succeed here, I suppose.
Yeah, like I think that that's a theoretical method is picking the right tree for or like finding the right Dao point for you that you either want or you could learn from. That's kind of what. Oh,
Chun Po, these are ever evolving points in a sense. Like it's just a short form pinnacle in a sense. Like the Dao is the thing that's going to be consistent because it's based off something that is related to you. But it does. I don't think it's. Yeah, no, it's not for the trees specifically. These are just challenges in front of us. They are the DAOs that we are going against. So this is my point, and it beats you because of this with my DAO. And the whole idea is to experiment and express it.
so in okay,
Fun.
let's see. So Beyblade tree in my mind, theoretically, if there's a Dao point behind Beyblade tree, there's something that could help me either. Part of me wants to just get hit with it a lot because of future space reasons, fucking with black holes. But another reason could be that it would really help my combination and sword stuff if I could attack as fast as Beyblade Tree. That's partially a mixture of like speed and mini blades, but I am drawn to that tree as well because I think theoretically, if there's a Dow point there, it would be it would be something that would benefit my swordsman style. And so I had like the urge to pick that one. Does that make sense?
I also think of it like this is a great way to try out making one, depending on like so. The Beyblade tree. I'm going
Yeah.
against an enemy type that is fast. It spins. It does this thing, and it has a Dao point passively every time I try to attack it. So now I have to counter a way to fight this Beyblade tree.
So the multiple numbers of trees are there to teach the lesson of um different battles and different situations that it like doing multiple problems that way you actually understand what each thing does and each number does to math. I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, you just think of these not as trees, but as cultivators, and you're trying to defeat this cultivator. They have a passive Dao argument that they apply when you're trying to fight this thing. Well, how am I supposed to defeat it? Because the Dao is just blocking everything I do. And that's the whole point of the the chop technique in a sense. It's a way to chop it down, to beat it.
Okay. Hmm. I
There's also some
understand.
material you get from the tree as well after defeating it. It's like the same thing with a cultivator. You're looting the corpse. You're a marauder.
It's hypocritical of me. I want to be a beekeeper that helps people, and in cultivating, we actively take all that we can. Well, let's figure this out. Wait, so, my bad. Would you say one successful chop, where you chop into them, that is a measure of, or is that a measure of you have learned all that you needed to move on from this tree? Don't chop it down. You have succeeded in that point.
So I'm going to give you my example. Is I chopped into it and I didn't have a good enough Dow argument, so I didn't go through the whole way. That is a failure in my point. It's something to learn from. And B, it means I didn't do what I was supposed to do. There's something more for my Dao punctuation that I was lacking. So if you cut into this tree and it doesn't go through the whole way, if you do not chop the tree down, you're not done.
How do we know when the Dow point has been punctuated?
The tree has been
Each
chopped down.
Okay. The enemy dies. We win. Okay.
Yes, you must defeat the tree.
And also, don't do what I did and just say it out loud. I suggest writing it down, so if you do fuck up, you realize what you did and what you could do differently.
Would I?
Well, Johnny, you technically did write it down because you have OBS Commander.
But I can't do anything with this session. I have to do the next session.
I gotta make a whole video.
But yes, you are technically correct. I just can't. I can't utilize it in this. Like, if it was a live transcribing recording, that would be interesting. But it's not doing that.
I'm ready to chop trees. Or at least ready to attempt again. And attempt in a way that is make good attempts.
Okay. We will see just how good those attempts are.
Liron, do you want to go next? Casey?
Unmuted.
He is dead.
He's
Lost
dead.
forever.
Well, I got through everything besides the Dow point with this.
How's the dam coming along?
I cut down the tree and gave up on that, as I feel like that defeated the purpose. It might succeed, but you know, not quite same sort of thing. That's physically defeating the Dow point, which might work, but its Dao point was that it would not fall until, or while its what it defends still exists.
I thought it was just because it was touching the water.
Oh, that's just a physical property of the tree.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to slash at this. I'm going to visualize cutting straight through it. I'm also going to visualize my sound going down its roots and running to the water. On the outside. Doesn't need to go into the tree to do this. And freezing all the water that it is touching. It was part of the visualization there. I will then go ahead and internalize this. And then act it out. Actualize it with a slice and the use of sound energy, or of some energy points, as well as a Dao point of sound to help direct it. Because perhaps freezing the water, as Lar had pointed out beforehand, makes it not the same thing as touching liquid water for this tree.
You're trying to use elementalism.
Yes.
Yeah.
And perhaps it'll also make it not a river if it is completely frozen. If you flash freeze it, it also goes everywhere.
Maybe.
What's the punctuation to your sentence?
Dao point of sound,
Oh, okay.
directing it in order to freeze the river and making it not a river.
Right. That's what it sounds like to me.
Release the river.
No, we don't want to release it. We want to remove the river. Okay, so let's go through. And I would like to use a Dao enlightenment of sound as well during this point.
Mhm.
Go. I'm just removing various. I'd like to use a few waveform qigong to help direct the sound as well. Use 5 points of waveform qigong.
Okay.
Demudge. I could just scroll up, find it. I believe that it should be.
Miajo.
Is it that 1.2 million? Or is it this 2.4? Where did I type it? I see the damage calculation. We'll just roll that again. Oh wait, hold on.
Thing.
That the correct calculation here? Yeah. There is the swing. A tenth of that is
My
spelling, and a hundredth of that is devastating.
Let me look this.
Okay, so first of all, we got hard luck.
Which is -8 for me.
For you for sure. I'm gonna just throw a tumbleweed on it to give you another -8 on top of that. We could also just re-roll it if you rather, because 63 is pretty high. I don't know if
Yeah.
Matt wants like a 30 or less or 20 or less. So I feel like we should first use a fate point for the hard luck. Perfect. That's much better. So
I get a
that's
-16, which brings it down to 24.
I think that's a good luck test. It's not like a single digit, but it's better than what you had.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got anything else. You could just re-roll, I guess. But I feel like a
Nah.
28's good.
24.
24. Sorry. Yeah.
That's above the quarter.
Okay.
And bottom quarter.
Well, actually, rolling high was what you wanted.
Shit.
Oh, it was.
Higher?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
high enough?
Because luck also determines the chaos sometimes of what is where. Your ice is eaten by a small little plant at the bottom of the water source.
The ice is eaten, so all of the water is gone.
No, I'm talking about the expression of the energy put into it,
Oh.
and it siphons away the transition state between water to ice. As it becomes ice, it goes, I'm gonna eat that, leaving the water as water.
Gotcha.
It's a very strange.
I'm going to use a Dao point here, as I notice this happening, to solidify the idea of sound cannot be eaten.
You get a yaha.
He doesn't even, so he just, okay. So I cannot, in fact, just make my own Dao point here. Okay.
Well, no, your enlightenment will actually show that most plants practice the art of dumb. Because they're not really thinking creatures. They just exist and they just do. So if they are capable of doing something and you're like, well, that's not how that's supposed to work. It's like, but I can do it.
Now, does that cause the bad reverberation?
No, you hate the reverb too.
Reverb 2. A separate plant.
Yeah, not even a tree.
Stupid kaleidoscope plant tree thing.
You could try again, but maybe add something more to the sound. Maybe you could throw some shitty sound that it can't eat. Like, I don't know. Your bad sounds. In
My bad
combination
sounds don't
with your
play
ice.
well with my other sounds.
I was
I
just
could just
thinking.
throw the rebel frequency down it and destroy the water and probably that plant.
That's
It wouldn't
something.
necessarily destroy the water, it'd just make it explode everywhere, which is the same as destroying the river. I'll do it again with just the rebel frequency, not that and nothing.
Just the rebel frequency?
Yep, just because it's connected to the water.
Well,
That'll cause chaos.
That little kind of plant at the bottom calcifies over to protect itself. The water vibrates as if microwaved and evaporates. And not only does your weapon detonate, but so does a significant portion of the bark that it comes in contact with.
The reverb there, the thing just fucking explodes, I suppose.
No, it's not even reverb. It's you use the rebel frequency.
Yep.
So I'm gonna put big RIP because RIP water.
Okay, the river gone.
Not the whole river. It's gonna refill soon, but this area.
Well, that's enough for it to no longer have a river, at least for its point for the moment. And we're just gonna do another slice, focusing on the visualization of cutting straight through the tree. And then we'll emphasize this with a Dao point of sound to help, I guess, vibrate it apart. Similar amount of damage to the first hit.
What about the other portions of the steps?
Yeah, I'm visualizing it. Then I will be internalizing the visualization in order to internalize the visualization so that we can then more accurately, I guess, actualize it with the sling that I was doing beforehand. Putting all the pieces together at the very end.
What is your Dao point?
My Dao point
Mm-hmm.
is that, well, it's my Dao name.
Oh, you're just using your Dao name as the Dao point?
Yes. Countless. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to make the tree resonate in harmony. Just
That'll do it.
cutting straight through it. Yes.
Okay. You cut, and well, frankly, it does go right through. Just, but the cut's too good. So the tree uses its sap to adhere the bottom half and the top half together.
Okay. While it's doing that, I will then use some more sound energy to keep the sap heated so that it doesn't dry to adhere, making it not sticky. And then I will then use some kinetic energy and a well-placed punch to knock it over.
Gasp.
Because I saw it do this already, so I was ready for it to do the sap. I cut through with nothing. Not quite one hit, but got through it. R.I.P. water.
There you go.
So the question is now, Liron, now that you've felled the tree, can we actually do something with it since you did it correctly to cut the tree? Or do we need to pick it up the same way?
That's part of the visualization. Though, or maybe it hasn't solidified a Dao point of being a felled tree yet. I guess I'll try to lift it.
Just lift?
Yep, just lift.
A little too heavy.
But it's not like conceptually too heavy.
It's
I
got a
think
little bit of that, but it's not like the entirety of what the deadlocks have. You're pretty close on the mark. It hasn't transitioned the down mark or the down point.
Okay. I'll use some kinetic energy to help hoist it up onto this cart.
Okay. Yeah. The cart creaks ominously under the weight.
You enjoy your trees. I'ma go make a nice, well, thing to put on my master's sled. Adornment.
don't forget there's cutting tools within I got them here, so if you want to.
Oh, you brought them.
Yeah, of course.
Well, the sawhorse is over there. Might be easier to cut this into smaller pieces first, though. Do I have good knowledge about actually cutting wood? I do know some things about artifice. Is woodworking part of any of the artifice that I learned? Oh, great.
Basic woodworking. Yeah, sorry.
Basic woodworking? Yeah.
Basic woodworking
So, like
because it's
breaking down the tree as
mostly
possible.
because artifice doesn't always have to just be metal. So
Yep, that's what I figured. So I know how to make planks and stuff.
maybe yeah.
Okay. Well then, I'll start breaking down this tree into more manageable pieces, I suppose.
Yeah.
Whilst other people are doing stuff, my time is being spent getting this tree into planks. With the idea of turning it into an adornment for my master's hover sled.
Well, you're gonna have a lot more wood than that.
True. But it's going to be the heartwood that it's going to be made of.
Well,
It'd be good just to have the wood too to sell as well. I'm sure you could get a lot for a 100,000 year.
Yeah.
yeah. You'll do notice
Unlike planks that
that the
otherwise.
water sentinel tree has a ridiculous amount of water in it,
How could it possibly?
which makes the wood not so great until it dries. Unless, of course, you're using it for something water related.
I don't know that you can cut planks with wet wood. Generally speaking.
What I would go for now is on the bark itself. Start
Oh
cutting
yeah, I
that
could
out.
just strip the bark.
Yeah.
It'd blow up a giant chunk of it. That's good bark though. If it's wet, that probably makes it easier to strip the bark at least.
You have to use a lot of your sound.
I will, and this will be over the course of however long it takes them to do stuff. So I'll be using the sound, singing to replenish that sound, resting, and continuing to do that. Rinse and repeat. So I'll be here for another week or so anyway. So we have a whole month. And I'd like the bark stripped like as neatly as possible so that we have as much undamaged pieces. Because I imagine people like armor out of very hard bark as well.
one of us next?
Go for it, Chun Po.
Okay.
Because I'm just doing mundane tasks now. Well,
It's
mostly
not a
mundane.
mundane task.
Yeah, I'm singing at the tree to strip its bark, I suppose. The most mundane of tasks.
Just the notes turn into freaking wood carvers. All right. Chun Po sits in front of Sturdy Lad. Oh wait, yeah, get back in front of Sturdy Lad. And tries to meditate and picture Sturdy Lad as a cultivator rather than a tree. Pictures what a battle might be like. We're trying to picture how a cultivator like Sturdy Lad would look rather than just a tree. Hard to fight something without limbs, but Dao Punctuation. Chun Po goes to stands up with a mental thought of when I chop through this tree, it will fall. And Chun Po goes about chopping repeatedly and just has that mindset.
So you're going for saturation of hits.
Yes.
What are you using?
The X. Gear.
Do you have technique?
Just well, a lot of trying to use. Can I use sword combination technique with an axe?
No.
Didn't think so. Otherwise, I was going to say, I mean, I can hit 3 times and just go about trying to knock it down 3 times, like 3 attacks in one action repeatedly, but
Yeah, if there was no required sword when you did those, I would say for sure. But the fact that you needed a sword to do these techniques in the first place doesn't.
Technique would be 1 over, 1 under, and just trying to create a nice large wedge out of the tree in terms of actually chopping the wood. But no, no axe, not a hit. I guess full aim because I am aiming for these. Standard attack. Okay, and then strength. I'm trying to get better at having the notes that matter in front of me. So I've had a few note cards. Like I went through the path of the sword, and so now I know, like, if I have a sword, at minimum, all of these things happen.
Since you don't have movement mechanics, I'm gonna have you roll a weapon skill test.
Weapon skill test? Okay. Oh, dang it. Wait a second. That was the normal attack, and then weapon skill test. You got it. That is with no bonuses. I was looking for my reinforcements, but weapon skill test. No other modifier.
And alright. Oh, bam! Not bad. Decent technique.
The only thing that I can think of for a technique is actually so having one strike kind of in a V above and then in a V below. So like actually chopping and cutting in a wedge shape.
Oh my goodness, the man is going at it. Alright, it takes a while. The axe holds. You could feel an external force bolstering you.
Oh. What does, or I guess, where am I feeling this external force?
You'd have to meditate on it.
Okay. Well, in regards to sturdy lad in front of me, does it feel like I won? Does it feel like I have gained the point? Or is he still standing and just like, no, this fight is still going? I get whenever you chop down the tree, whenever you chop down the cultivator, you win. I will take a step back and I want to meditate on this. Oh. Nice. Uh, Chun Po wants to try and pull, or meditating and pulling on the sense of he gained something, and like, or something was empowering him from the outside and around him. Trying to figure out what that was. Would you like science roll?
Sure. That would be a good one.
External. Makes sense.
Ah.
It's simple. It's the bustling world.
Why did the bustling world around me choose to empower these strikes?
4 reasons. 1, you're using a tool. 2, it's a specialized tool. It's not just an axe, it's a wood cutting axe. 3, you're using good technique in the swing itself, because swinging a axe in a style for cutting wood with a wood cutting axe is different than that of a battle axe. And 4, you're approaching it like a logger. It's not, I'm trying to cut it in one go. I'm gonna carve out a wedge from different angles. You're doing 4 things, and even doing one of them gives you a little bit of help from the bustling world. But the more of them you do, the more the bustling world assists. You're being a lumberjack. So not only is it a profession, but you're using the right tool on the right object. It's the right specialized tool. You're using the right swing with the right technique and the right approach. You are receiving what is called a discipline assist. The bustling world is acknowledging that you are disciplined, or at least you appear to be utilizing a woodcutting discipline. So it provides an enormous help.
Does acting as a lumberjack as well.
Mhm. So it's a fun little discovery because technically you don't have to be in that discipline to gain the benefit of having that, or of the bustling world thinking you have that discipline. There's a bit of mimicry that you can do, and the bustling world kind of helps close the gap. And the better the mimicry, the more sophisticated your mimicry of that discipline, the more the bustling world is tricked.
My God, you're almost ready to drink the lumberjack potion.
I
Cut on to the acting technique.
I give a bow or a kowtow to the earth itself and to this realization. I go to the lads, guys. All right, we need some overalls, some plaid, a warm hat, some boots.
Is it getting cold or something?
No. Trust me, it'll give you a boost to looking like a lumberjack.
Well, what does a carpenter wear? Because that's what I'm doing right now.
I would say probably like not what is it? The so an apron of tools, some safety glasses, some gloves. Uh, you have
Measuring the ritual,
yeah,
like the whole.
pencils.
But you also can just wield the artificer discipline, and the bustling world
Oh,
will
true.
help you.
Hmm.
Which is what I've been utilizing is basic artificing.
But you do have to approach it as an artificer, not as a woodcutter, not as a carpenter, because they do have
Logger.
carpentry. They do it well. Technically, the woodcutter wraps in the lumberjack aspect under the umbrella of carpentry. The artificer doesn't get that connective benefit. And
Artificer is like post ingredients already
Mhm.
changed. Yeah.
They don't get, miner with smith to, make the material. They don't have gatherer. They don't have a whole bunch of stuff. They do have a large umbrella for the crafting skill. So they need to know a little bit about carpentry. They need to know a little bit about metallurgy. They need to know a little about engineering. They need to know a little bit about thermodynamics. They need to know about mysticism and metaphor and representation. So they have a huge umbrella, but it's horizontal. It's like the x-axis has a huge scope of what it covers, whereas some of the professions have a large y-axis of what it approaches, or even a z-axis, if that analogy makes sense. So approach it like an artificer. Quickly, before it
Too
learns
late.
your tricks. Wait. Where's my cup? I need my mug.
We
Mug.
drink
There's my...
all your tea.
No.
Yes.
Well, when you do come over this Sunday, let me know if you want some of that tea to take home.
Which tea?
Golden Monkey.
Perhaps. Is good tea.
It is very good tea. I got a 1 pound bag.
It
So.
makes you say, ooh, a long time.
Ooh.
Long.
That was pretty long.
Yep.
Ooh, long time. All right. All right. I'm gonna take Mr. Lar here. Liron, sorry. I'm gonna snag him. I'm gonna bring him down here. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna give him his tree.
Tree.
His felled tree. Meh. Meh. And I think I'm just gonna put you on the woodcutting map.
Okay.
Meh. Technically, you have to have it on the thing here. Johnny's
Well then.
lost cart privileges.
Oh
I will use
no!
basic artificing methods to prepare this tree to make an adornment for the artifice that is my master's sled. And since I have not been described these basic artificing methods of preparation of materials, I will do them.
Able to move the cart. There you go. Now, the weird part with artifice is sometimes you don't immediately go after the branches and remove them from the trunk. Depends on what you're
It
trying to
might
make.
add to the aesthetic.
Yeah, depends on what you're trying to make.
Well, I do want some of the motif of the tree that I had cut down to be demonstrated, so I will be keeping some of the branches as long as they are artful and not too in the way for moving.
Mr. Liron, you do find with your artificer training a tree core. It's a ambergris gemstone. The tree is long lived enough for it to have, and well tested enough for it to have developed a basically the equivalent of a demon beast core.
Very sturdy one, presumably.
Yep. If placed in water for a long period of time away from civilization, the tree will regrow.
It'll be the same tree, basically. Okay.
Yep.
Useful. I'll extract that.
But it needs to be like a natural source. So
Yep.
yeah, to keep the ambergris in peak condition, it needs to be submerged in water. So
Okay. Well, there's probably
yeah.
buckets around here. In this
Yeah,
area.
you can find a bucket.
Fill that with water and that in there.
Yeah. We'll just kind of. I'm gonna hop to the others while you work on your project.
That's the idea.
All right, you two.
Babalar, do you want the next job?
Sure, why not? So let's move this up a bit. My technique I'm doing this time, as I have an axe in my hand.
Yes.
I will be doing a key technique called Power Shapes Weight in combination with the swing that I've practiced. To do Power Shapes Weight, I need to do a even further beyond to add it to my key pool as temporary, in a sense, overfill. So Power Shapes Weight is a 452 key cost. It gives me damage multiplier 24, quickened 30, extra attack 10, and cleave. So the nice thing about this, though, is that I'm going to be using 452 key, and each um, each key usage gives me some damage. The next thing that's important here is that I am going to be putting my named flame over top of my my axe. And in combination with that and magic and esoteries, each damage point that I'm getting from this is also going to be getting magic and esoteries damage applied to it the same way my temporary health does, in a sense. To make things easy, I'll just do 8 instead of each individual one, which would have been 8 separate instances. We'll just do 8 per and add it on to the full, so 124 instead of 116 damage. But 124 times 452, and then I add in my flame damage, and then I add in my strength bonus, and then I times that by 24, and then I times. This is my second question for you, Matt. The wording on strength reinforcement is that it does it to physical damage, but if I'm applying this extra damage as magic and esoteries, would it not be physical anymore? Would it be something different?
You're still hitting with a physical weapon.
Yes.
There's still going to be an aspect of physical impact force or kinetic force.
Okay. I
Um,
just wanted to double check with you. I know if you wanted to take that away, that's completely fine too. I just wanted to
No.
see.
Usually, it's actually kind of interesting, Mr. Lar. In approach to cultivation,
Mhm.
usually you start with a single damage type, such as ice swing weapon.
Yeah,
Ideal,
I'm doing impact and damage in a
yeah,
sense of an
or
axe. Yeah.
slashing or cutting or
Yeah.
whatever. And eventually, the next phase is layering.
Mhm.
Instead of replacing, you add as many different types of damage or esoteries
Yeah.
as possible. The advanced stages is going back, peeling away the layers, and being able to convert one impact type, or say one damage type, to another
Mhm.
on the fly. So if I swing an axe and I hit you, and normally supposed to be a kinetic strike, psych, I am sufficient enough in my cultivation and my attainments that it's not kinetic impact force at all. It could be something else.
This case might be all fire damage, or it might be my magic type of something different.
Yeah, and the blade passes through you because it's just fire and it
Right.
doesn't cut you in half, but it lights you on fire.
Mhm.
So it's kind of this return to the original source, but what you have is transmutational application. You get to take what you have and illogically turn it into something it's not. So right now you're at the layering stage. So it wouldn't get rid of the kinetic force. If you're wielding an actual weapon in a kinetic manner, you just would layer everything with it.
So, my visualization after my technique of power shapes weight is it's a powerful chop in which the flame hits the wood to chop this tree down. The internalization is me taking the fire of my will and making my tenacity an actualization. So, and then which I present it to the world in a flaming chop to cut down this tree. And my Tao point is that your wood is the fuel to my flaming sun. And oh, I didn't like this. Slash R. Oh, I needed the times though. Bracket. Bracket. Bracket.
That's a number. Holy shit! Really? 3, 4, 5, 6, 13 million damage. All right. And are you aiming for a spot without the fibers?
Correct. I was going for the base of the tree.
Yeah, I'll do it. The sheer damage alone. It does have a partial counter to your Tao point. You aren't
Okay.
a sun. The sun does not burn. It provides life. It provides energy. But you do have a name fire, so.
And it's within my. I was using part of my Tao name for that too, as the flaming sun.
Bleh. Treat edge. Pew.
Subvalera will take back his flame and unburnify whatever's happening here. I think this is a good test. Subvalera will so I'm going to be doing a lift here of the tree using my my strength reinforcement for extra oomph. Getting myself prepared for the lift. I'm going to visualize the pickup of it being upon my shoulder in a successful victory of the chopping, and then I'm going to internalize that by just, I guess, the victory of it, the success, internalizing the success, and then actualizing the tree upon my shoulder as I carry it away, and then my Dao point is the sunset of just a successful victory of, and then carrying it off. So I guess my Dao point is setting upon success as I lift this thing, which is like an athletics test.
Yes, please. That'd be great. Yeah, it's so fucking heavy, but let's get you a tree. Tree time. Tree for you. You've been treed.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Poe. No.
Yes. So Poe knows now to be one with the lumberjack. Trying to figure out a Dao punctuation that fits.
All life comes to an end.
That's fair. The cycle of life continues, and your cycle, this, this, your form as a cultivator ends with me. I don't know. Cycle of life continues. I'm basically saying I'm going to be changing your form from a nice strong tree to firewood or anything else. I'm turning you into an ingredient.
Okay.
I don't know if the tree has a response or not.
No, it's Dow point.
Okay.
It's Dow defense. It's sturdy defenses.
I don't know. Let's see how much I'm like actually hurting this tree, and also the bits of hey, that's the way to describe it. The balance in between I'm dealing damage and actually having the quantitative number next to that.
Yeah. With your support from the bustling world and the way you approach cutting down the tree, it's a matter of who is more stubborn and who is more committed. Because it's going to take you a while to cut this thing down. It's not going to be a one hit knockdown.
Oh yes, yeah. I understand. What would you like? How would you like my dice rolls to express my stubbornness?
Go ahead and give me a willpower test, but add your toughness bonus times 10 to the roll.
Okay, so willpower, add toughness times 10 to the roll. Willpower. Not the best roll, but I'm slowly getting bigger numbers.
All right. It's going to take you probably 4 hours to cut this thing down. And you know, if you stop, you'll lose momentum.
Okay.
What's your toughness and willpower reinforcement?
My toughness reinforcement is toughness 9.
Pretty good.
You said, what was the other one?
Willpower.
Willpower. That one's force of will refinement.
Yes.
T10.
Okay. Yeah, between a 9 and a 10 on reinforcement. By the end of it, you're happy to be done with it.
Yeah.
But eventually, it does fall.
Chun Po.
Hmm?
Chun Po sits and thinks of as a cultivator and understanding cultivator battles, some battles will last for far longer and be far rougher, but there's an aspect of chopping down a stubborn tree, a sturdy, stubborn tree that can't exactly defend itself, that he doesn't enjoy. Chun Po doesn't like the idea of having to beat a cultivator in this manner. I'm just going. It feels very close to just outright murder in Chun Po's mind. Of all right, well, I'm chopping until you're not there anymore, until you fall.
Yeah, it
Very
lacks
slow.
that. It lacks the grace of a quick kill.
Yes.
All right, you've been treeified. Enjoy your tree. No?
To do what?
Do you not like your tree?
Oh yeah, no. I'm happy with the tree. It is beautiful. Oh hi, I actually have the tree. Okay.
There you go.
Oh
I
no,
wasn't kidding when you've been given the tree. I do
okay,
need an
that's
athletics test to move it, though.
Okay, sure. Ready? Chun Po. Athletics. One moment as I read the bonus from strength. Great strength bonus times 10 to lift pole. So, okay, plus 110. X. Oh, what is graviton?
Graviton is a knockback mechanic.
Okay, so this wouldn't apply here. Magnitude effective to your melee damage or throw. Okay. Grants untiring, I think 10. We also have impact, which is not listed on this one yet. Okay. So I add this.
Gasp. Yeah, that'll do it.
And we got trees, guys.
Yes.
Uh, the is there any points that are left over, or like anything special in the way of like power? There was something of like, oh, there's a Dao point remaining from the deaths of one of the trees, and I'm just like, I'm not sure if that's something that we could utilize or implement into ourselves, or what that was, or if that was just completely different.
You might be able to get a similar lesson from having lifted one of those dead trees and bringing them over.
Hmm.
I feel like that might be a harder thing to do than cutting it and bringing it,
Oh,
just depending on your Dao.
Tree time. Ba-da-da.
So there's a couple of things that I need to know about this tree before I can actually make what I am doing. So we will be using a sample of the wood and drying it out to see how much it shrinks or changes in size once when all the water is gone. Because I can probably dry a small piece with my sound pretty decently quickly.
What type of sound?
It's going to be kinetic, and it's going to be going through the channels of the tree and pushing out the water rather than heating it. With precision and the use of, let's go ahead and give you a skill check. Plus a bunch. Like, we'll use a bit of key on it. Very small amounts. We're splitting up this energy in order to ease all of the water out of it without like blowing up the piece of wood that I'm trying to dry out. Like heating it might cause shrinking. And also we'll be collecting this water in like another bucket in order to, because it's probably special water coming from this.
Yeah. One channel produces about 250 liters. There's way more water in than you expected. Like a
This is
huge
like a
amount
small
of
chunk of the tree.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like it probably has almost an entire lake's worth of water in it. And not a small one.
Yeah.
Its channels have a spatial quality to it just for water.
And is this water, I don't know, I guess I'll do a, hey Lar, can you come take a look at this water to see if it's different from the other water that I've
Sure.
put into this bucket?
Looking at it with your eyeballs, it's hard to
Special
tell with Dharmic eye. It's hard to tell with triangle eye.
Huh.
Does it sound different than normal water when it's resonating?
Oh yeah, it's different.
I don't think Eye of the Weaver might work, might not. It might give you a name, something to work with, I guess.
You could use Eye of the Weaver if you'd like.
Yeah.
Make your roll then.
I should give you some information, especially with um, tier 3 perception reinforcement. So that should give you something. Extra information. Or like a name. I guess that would be helpful, right?
Yeah, name would be helpful. Maybe active effects. Passive effects.
Yeah, that sounds great. I don't think wounds and anything are really useful here, but
Give me that roll. Give me. Is that the
8
awareness?
degrees. Yeah.
All right. So the Weaver's Eye transforms into something a little bit different when you have transformed the tree from a tree to material. The water sentinel of the 10,000 year or higher, the more years it is, more difficult it is, but it is a master class in the preparer's discipline. Every piece of the tree needs to be very specifically and very carefully prepared because it is used in nearly every discipline. The fibrous, the pulp, is used in extremely high level and grades of paper, used for calligraphy and art and other writings. The water itself can restore life to an area and rehydrate a desiccated area. It can also just be used for a very special type of spatial ring because it has spatial qualities very specific to water, and it can hold significantly more water and when crafted into a spatial storage device than most other materials. But it's very specific for one thing. This particular wood is best used for transporting huge amounts of water from one location to another, reducing the weight significantly. The water itself is used in alchemy. It has a restorative panacea in it that plays well with most other ingredients that at least play well with the water element. Is extremely hydrating and is used as another main ingredient in cooking to make nutrient rice balls for cultivators who still need to eat but have moved past normal food. Every part of this tree is used in some sort of discipline and needs to be prepared a very specific way, otherwise you ruin it.
That's
Well, we're
why I
not
was
going to
gonna
do anything else here with this,
Yeah.
then.
You also can't store it in a spatial ring because it itself is a spatial device.
Makes sense.
So the Water Sentinel is an absolute masterclass in the preparing discipline because you got to know like 50 different things off the gate just to start approaching the preparation of it. Even the felling of the tree requires a very special approach so that you don't lose water. You did it by sheer happenstance, Liron. Because technically, if you cut it the wrong way, it just explodes and kills pretty much everyone in a 2-kilometer radius because it has pressurized water storage.
Makes sense.
It acts like a water cutting lathe if it explodes.
Oh,
But
well,
if you're
that's
able to,
exciting.
yeah. But if you cut it just the right way, it preserves, it stays, and keeps all that water.
Okay. Well then, I believe that I'm done with whatever preparations I can even make for this tree.
Yeah. So, if you want, you can hurriedly move it over to the elder,
I am.
so that so you can get it. Like, hey, this is important.
Can we just put it to our sanctuary?
No,
It'd have to be prepared.
They're gonna take it to the preparer's pavilion.
After analyzing this tree, Sword Elder, I do not have the expertise in the preparing discipline to deal with what I have cut down.
Yes. I was about to charge you for its loss in points. Do you know how much a water sentinel that is properly cut down but then ruined is worth in cost?
No idea.
10,000 points.
Oh, neat. Well, there's 100,000 year tree.
Yes, it's magnitude less in cost. Points are worth a lot. But you'll be given a significant number of points, and of course, a portion of the tree once it's prepared. The Preparer's Pavilion will be very pleased with its acquisition, as it is. Do bring the water you've extracted, and do bring the ambergris.
Of course.
But they will be very pleased that you stopped when you did, because they also have students they wish to put to test. If they mess it up, then it's on their head, and you will be owed for any damages. But
The bad luck check is profit for me? Okay.
no,
Well,
it's if they prepare it poorly through a preparer's test, where you are tested your skills. If they mess up and damage your merchandise, then they owe you money. But yeah, all right. You've turned in this tree. Boop. All right. Johnny, you now have control of the wagon again.
My wagon!
No, I'm sorry.
It was such a nice wagon.
That was just for the water sentinel. You cut down a different tree.
Yes. I was wondering if you would like this one as well, or can I take it for myself?
Depends. Any of these trees can be turned in for credit.
Hmm.
And that one seems to be a fibrous sail tree, although poor condition.
Yes.
Looks like the sails were cut away.
Yeah, someone did that already.
It still has a lot of the fibers on it. Here. And they'll, with a flurry of blades whipping about, they will cut away the fiber.
Excellent. That's just what I wanted.
Enjoy.
Sublayer will bow and put the tree, set it down. Sublayer is going to start the drying process for themselves. They're going to use their name flame in visualizing this process as it goes through and dries out the wood. And then the idea here is that it's after it's done visualizing in the ingestion stage is to have the flame improve itself and build and consume this tree as fuel. And I will repeat the same in a sense, but I will cut off the sun. This wood is fuel for the flaming. And I will start the drying process, and then once it's dried, I will have my name flame consume the tree.
Oh, yeah. Just yum, 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 yum. Good fuel.
Yeah, I figured as much. I thought it would be a good material to do so, and I already got the important fibrous sail stuff that I wanted, so I figured that would be good.
Yeah. All right, Poe. You now have control of the wagon.
My God.
Okay. My fiance just walked down. 2 seconds, and then yes, absolutely.
Why don't we take the 10-minute break here then?
That's good.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
So, anybody else doing things with tree?
It is unknown.
You're no.
Chun Po's the only one with a tree left. You turn yours in. Lar fed it to his fire. So when Poe gets back, he will do stuff with their tree. Deja vu?
I've been in this place before.
I hope not. You can't be in this place before because you only get one shot at it. Oh.
What opportunity?
Yep.
Well, I have the
Mom
Tao of the
spaghetti.
Mulligan. So.
Dude, that would have been an incredible now.
I failed the opportunity. I need a do-over. What? You can't do that. What do you mean? Yaha.
I've actually been working on it with the new guy for Sunday. He wants to do an echo from like League of Legends style pocket watch thing, where he's allowed to redo his turn once a combat.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been a wild experiment getting that.
I wanted to do different things with my character, and then you gave me a bomb, or the ability to make a bomb.
You can still do those things.
I can, and I will still be doing other things. Fleshed
You
out a
just
little
seem
bit
to
more.
be really enamored with I run.
I explode.
What do you like
Well,
exploding?
it's more that it's a simple mechanic that other people know I have. So can do it without revealing more information.
That is a powerful strategy. That actually might get you to the end of the game in a really good spot. Because you probably clocked it that you're always being watched at all times.
Yeah.
I missed stuff. I'm back.
You fall.
So it's best to be a one-trick pony as much as possible and learn other things on the side that is not necessarily more powerful, but more versatile that you don't have to use.
Yeah, I've been having this very problem in a lot of my fountain pen games. It's become like a meta strategy.
Well, it's not
Or,
to make you not know, but your NPCs.
well, no, I'm just talking about playstyles in general. Because most of the time, there's meta strategies for a lot of games, especially with like um, with D&D 5e. There's ideal builds, there are ideal combos, there's ideal layers, but my system, Fountain Pen, one of the meta strategies is do one thing and make it real good. And then you can invest yourself in other things.
I'm only doing that because it seems like the ideal strategy to give as little information as possible to other
True.
players and to other potential enemies that could be watching.
I've been thinking, to me, that looks like the delusion of like paranoia. And because
It's kind
of my
of
poison
being
shit, I've
bred
been
by
kind of
the whole situation in the Ballroom Blitz campaign.
Different campaigns. The Sunday morning
Gotcha.
game.
Gotcha.
Like I'm
I thought you
concealing
meant
information
this
from
one.
other players in this one. No. No reason to. It's a cooperative experience. Whereas the Sunday campaign is a competitive one.
Nice. Well, I feel like Black Crusade, if the way that you've described, Matt, how you would run Black Crusade, I'm just like, that one I feel be interesting and be wild, but like I could see things working. Anyways.
Heck, somebody. You are not the heretic. Oh, cool.
I, um, did you say more than you are not the heretic? Because I
Nah,
got
you
that part.
DM every single player saying you are not the heretic
Oh.
in a Dark Heresy campaign. And then just let people figure that out themselves. Like, yes, of course. That means somebody else here is.
Definitely the heretic.
Well, it's not me. So is John back? Johnny. Savala.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Cool. Never mind. Or what okay. Out of character, this is the drying process?
What do you mean this is the drying process?
What I'm about to walk into is now okay, now we have to treat and prep the wood.
Do you want me to look at your tree?
Um, yes, please.
Sure.
Awesome.
Matt, are you back?
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. I'm going to do Eye of the Weaver on Chun Po's tree to get some material information like you did for Liron's, and we'll go from there.
It is a preparer's nightmare.
I bet.
It is the type of tree that once cut down, the sap hardens almost immediately,
Gotcha.
like quick cement. But it does a very beautiful thing to the wood. It makes the wood basically the equivalent of ironwood. It hardens, so you
Gotcha.
have this beautiful amber infused wood, and it's you've seen where people pour acrylic in these kind of cut lines, or they like pour acrylic into crevices. That's the word.
Mhm.
On wood for wood tables.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, this looks like acrylic fused wood,
Nice.
but it's amber. Problem is cutting the damn thing because the amber has a different texture and a different speed of in which you have to cut it if you're using a circular saw or um, uh, an approach than the actual wood itself, and it's very inconsistent. It is not a wood you would want to craft with, but it makes some of the most beautiful furniture, and is considered a luxury if cut properly and turned into um, furniture for people for their houses.
Gotcha. Is there any cores within it?
Unfortunately, no, it's too young.
Okay. Too young.
But yeah, this is a pretty valuable tree, at least for aesthetics. It has one other purpose. You could use it as deadfall for another particularly special tree, because there's several trees that require special conditions.
Mhm.
This tree can kind of provide a secondary option, basically a supplement. You would basically light it on fire with a powerful fire, and it would eventually slowly cook away the wood
Mhm.
and then melt this special type of amber, and it would provide nutrients for a tree. But again, not a lot of trees require that, or plants require that level of effort. But yeah, you'll need.
With
Oh, go ahead.
my specific tree person, and
You would eat the
also
shit out of this.
that's kind of, yeah, the
Probably put him
gotcha.
back to sleep.
Well, in myself, I guess. Like, is there a way that I can create this into an armor that I grow into?
Mm, it's not great as armor. It's because of the inconsistency of the amber versus
Okay.
wood. because it may
Gotcha.
be highly protective, taking an impact from one blow, but they hit 1 inch down, and now the amber gives out because it doesn't have the same defensive properties against impact, but it has great defensive properties against energy. It's just it's so inconsistent. It could potentially be fashioned into armor if you have
I was going to ask for
nature
Lore
magic.
Keeper's advice and help. Uh,
Nature magic.
I
You would have to spend
okay.
an incredible amount of time reshaping it to create patterns, and you could design it in armor if you'd like. You could also make a reading desk out of it, and
That would be nice too.
yeah,
A very nice reading disc would be nice. Liron, you have nature magic?
Yes, for myself.
Is there a way that I could do something for you as a trade to shape it into a balance of impact and magic, or like to get rid of the inconsistencies of the amber of the wood and make it like, I don't know, layered?
I think you misunderstand. I don't have the ability to shape it with my nature magic.
Okay. I guess a really nice desk, but that just feels disrespectful to the nature of Sturdy Lad.
Sure.
Uh,
What I mean is, I can only shape myself with nature magic.
ah, I'm not entirely sure what. So, like, could you give an example? Just for that way I understand what nature it is. Like, you can grow
Well,
another
I
arm?
removed all the iron from my blood. I could grow another arm.
Self is the example. Anything revolving self, Chun Po. The
Okay.
second step of nature magic is the environment, which it could be more of the material you're working with. I feel like it'd be more the second stage Liron needs to go through.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, never mind then. And very few trees would need to go through the maple making process or the amber, getting it out and using it as tree food. Hmm. Any suggestion, lads? What do y'all think? Or
I
just
think you
leave it
should
to
sell
trees
it.
already? Sell it? It is worth a bit? Yeah. Sure. Let's go with selling it for now. Chun Po will bow to Elder Undying Sword. I've learned much in this opportunity. All
Oh,
right.
buckle up, kid. You're about to learn a hell of a lot more. I have a lesson for you all since you all passed.
Straightens and
All right, put your tree over there. All right, kids. So, from a space ring, they pull out a whiteboard, or sorry, a chalkboard, and they start writing on it. So, here's a weird thing. I don't know if you guys have considered this, but technically, there should be physics at play here, right? So,
Yeah.
when you use a sword, as they start writing on the board a formula. This is wedge force multiplication. So output force equals input force divided by tangent, or tan in this case. And they do the circle with the line through it. And so basically this is they put this on the blackboard. This. So in this particular case, an axe has what? Let's call it especially a large wedge angle axe, has a significant angle on each side, especially if it's a wood splitting axe that has even a bigger angle, because you want the input force to drive outwards. I actually put the representative image in Discord for y'all under the chat. If it's like 2, please. Normally, you would want something like this, especially for splitting wood. This is the mechanics behind actually, splitting the logs once they're ready. So, if you were to consider the angle of a sword, wouldn't a sword be significantly better for cutting down trees? Considering that its wedge angle is almost nothing. What, at most 4 or 5%?
Wouldn't it be all about the positioning of the input force, though?
Sure. And we can argue about this all day, but I'm mostly pointing out why. Why is a sword less effective despite the literal mathematical calculations telling you otherwise? Why is it worse than an axe than a sword?
Well, with a sword, the forces are almost going completely outward.
Well, you're just trying to cut it down in a fell swipe, right? So if you're trying to make a clean cut line and you have the strength to cut through it all the way, which you do, and you figured out the trick here at the locking area, should be able to go right through it. But why is an axe better?
Because that's what's used to fell trees.
Very true. So one of the major problems you're going to run into here in the path, this particular small world of ours, is the bustling world has a will of its own. So, Mr. Poe, I think you understood this particular aspect of bustling world the best. You mimicked a discipline through your understanding. Use the right tool, the right specialized tool, on the right thing, using the right swinging technique, using the right swinging or the felling technique. Are you not a lumberjack? The bustling world believes so, at least for that moment. But there's another force at play. And you really need to internalize this. I think this will be probably one of the greatest gifts I can give you, despite how dumb it is. And once you learn it, hopefully you'll see the world in a different way. So, things like this, as they tap on the board, this is what is called a fact. This is truth. This is something you can calculate and you can measure. But this means fuck all. It means fuck all unless you know of it. Wedge force output? What is that? If I hadn't shown you this, would you have known this? You see, this means nothing unless you can apply it. Just because it exists in the world and should apply in everyday interactions. It should be just an outright fact, but not here. Unless you can bring this concept, this formula to life through attainment and application of attainment, technically other forces can just ignore it. Ignore the laws of physics, ignore fact and truth of this world. When you walk through the path, what you are is building your truth. It doesn't have to be actually true. It's the truth you live by. Where rules like this, laws and facts, truths of the path, of the world itself, of reality, are sometimes just a suggestion, if outright false, to you, because it's not true to your truth. Those truths you were fighting, they were leveraging just this. You could use a true weapon with powerful strength and all the things at your disposal, but you had to deconstruct their truth to get at their defenses. And then you needed enough attack force to leverage your truth to break theirs, which fells the tree. As you go through the path, just because someone says this is the way it is, doesn't mean it's true for you. You will come across a few cultivators in your lifetime that just don't make sense. Their truths are so powerful or dumb that what should be real isn't. There are usually individual cases, but all of you the same. You all have your own individual truth, and certain things just don't apply to you, but other things do. So as you go through the path, look at things through the truth that you're trying to build. It won't matter now. You're too young in cultivation. You haven't built enough force behind your truth, enough leverage and weight behind it. But soon, when you reach Golden Core or wherever you are going, this will be manifest. You will truly understand what that means. So start now, because this is around the time you really want to be exposed to this concept and start its development, or at least be aware of it and can make plans for it in the future. Truths are subjective. Just because it's a truth of the world, the truth of reality itself, doesn't mean it applies to you or has to. And you can apply your truth onto others. That is the nature of a Dao battle. That's why it's so messy. Because you can have one point that is absolutely 100% correct. And then somebody goes, "Nuh-uh." And you lose the argument and you're sitting there going, "I don't understand." Well, I think their truth overrode yours, or at least in the particular case of the point you made, does not apply to that individual specifically, or at least not in the manner you were trying to apply it. So build your truth. It is probably one of the hardest things you will do in cultivation other than just surviving. So if you want things like physics to apply, do so. Research. Gain attainments in wedge force and output and, you know, the mechanics behind kinetics and impacts and how force is applied. That's considered deepening an attainment towards an application that you are already doing. So if you want to be a real sword scholar, you should know all of this stuff, all the mechanics of a sword and how it's applied and the mathematics behind it. because then you can bring that knowledge and manifest it into every sword swing. It makes your sword significantly more deadly, so long as you follow those calculations. If I hit from this angle, with this speed, with this trajectory, I can achieve this level of cutting force, which should fell my opponent without dulling my blade. Normally, you would never be able to pull that off. Your blade shatters on their armor. Whoops, you die. But as a sword scholar, maybe you leverage that with just a hair of sword power. Guy's arm cuts off. You cut his heart and his lung in half. He bleeds out and dies right on the spot. 2 different outcomes. Same sword swing. Oh. You can also do the obsessor's approach, the swordsman approach. If I hit it hard enough, I can kill anything. It doesn't have to be mathematical. It doesn't have to be understanding all of the different layers of physics and the mechanics and the math behind it. It's me swing thing, you die. It's one of the dumbest things, but it works. I'm one of those practitioners. When I swing a sword, I kill shit. Those that I wish to cut down are cut down. That is what I approach with. And inversely, I twisted it on myself. I cannot be cut down. Hence the Undying name, because I've actually figured out that trick. So, craft your truth. Learn how to apply things or prevent things from applying to you. And then you can twist it in a mirrored reflection if your attainment's high enough for additional benefit and utility. And hopefully that'll be helpful to you all going forward. All right. The Undying Sword Elder has passed you what is called a path teaching. You guys have acquired sword teachings before and other teachings and things, but this is a path teaching.
We got a path teaching before, didn't we? It's Omni, right? That's what path teachings are.
This is true on all paths.
Yeah.
Some more than others, and it's like a Dao truth as well. Like you saw the guy, the dumb practitioner who's like, that is
Yeah.
a perfect expression of subjective truth.
So just to clarify, when it was Liron, myself, and V, and we were talking about the obelisk, and I thought we got a Dao path teaching there too. Casey, do you remember that? Is that what? Am I thinking the same thing, or maybe that was something different? It was about the. Then right after it was about the music. I got a music cassette, and Casey got the opposite, where it's just like try to not control your emotions, and mine's more amplify the emotions. I'm pretty sure it was right after that. Anyway, okay, cool, nice.
Which
Path teaching.
yes. What should we name this? Or well, what is the name of this path teaching?
Build your truth.
Okay.
You guys also come to the realization, because you guys are going on the cosmic path, what do they call their golden core?
Truth crystal formation.
Yes. You guys have a very solid clue as to what that process is. If it's a crystal, then it's the crystallization of truth, your truth.
Gotcha.
Yeah. all coming together, boys. It's all coming together. This tea is delicious. All right.
Elder,
Did we get any of the sweet, sweet gestalt from this?
1% each of you.
Yes, yes. I'm almost at 3%.
So we'll be heading back now. Any questions?
can I ask what's the 3 things that you were wanting us to learn? When last we talked, you said that there was 3 opportunities. Some only get 1.
Mm-hmm.
What were the 3?
They give you a coy smile and shrug.
Ready when you are.
That had something to do with the tree that gave and took death.
Oh, you
I
guys
think
went that deep? Maybe.
there was also the kaleidoscope tree, which I think feels like either a red herring or just a freebie.
No,
I got
the
something
Kaleidoscope
else.
City was definitely one of them. The chop was definitely another one. The third one was probably something from the hanging tree,
Mm-hmm. Well,
which is why
I
I
will
don't
tell
really
you
want to
once
leave.
we leave what you
Yeah.
missed, but the problem is you'll have missed it.
Yeah.
You still have time if you want to go back and have a look
We
around.
can go back.
Well, you have a month. The month is not up.
Is it okay, guys, if I go check that real quick?
Yeah. 100%.
You've got this, fam.
Whee!
I might also be here, Liron. Something we missed. Remember the feeling you got when you crossed? Something to do
True.
with the shack.
Oh,
This is an already unexplored place. I don't know that going into the shack is a good idea, though, La.
we could just knock on it again. It's been a few days, right?
Knock on the door.
Nothing.
Ooh. Okay.
We could perhaps break in.
I think there's an aspect of. So when I felt like a lumberjack, I don't know, I feel like there's a level of I should just wait and see if this person either shows up or I should be the next person and start stripping the wood if we know what we want it to be. So theoretically, like, I could see us just going in. But also, if this is like a ticket booth thing, then going in theoretically could be breaking and entering.
No, Liron, here's a funny idea. I'll fly you up to the chimney. You use your nature magic to get really small and then go in the chimney. Ho, ho, ho. You know what I'm saying?
'Tis the season.
I guess I could do that, but that sounds not fun.
I'd do it myself if I could get real small, but I can't do that.
The
I
peer
suppose
pressure
I
of
could
breaking and
also
entering.
shadow. I guess manipulation would also work.
However, I don't know that entering is actually as difficult as, well, going up and making myself small. We could probably break through this door, but do we want to?
I mean, what the aspect of what could be there, if we look at the door as a cultivator and decide to chop it down because it got in our way, then okay, there's that.
True, but there is the mystery of what is inside, which could be worth the danger of, well, whatever is over there.
The danger of possibly breaking the law.
Well, breaking the law, I'm not particularly concerned about. After all, I did moonlight and sabotage as my previous career.
Okay. I mean, uh, I do not know what could be in there. Well, theoretically, we could find a sap tapper in there, or. But if this is. Elda is asking you about what the building is against the rules.
It's not against the rules, but I don't have to tell you.
Um, please?
No.
Okay.
Chun Po, can't you do those things that, lock and unlock?
Oh, yeah. But that'll take, that'll take me a day. Actually, a few days. Because
Do we want to unlock this building? Like, conceptually unlock it? That sounds terrifying.
it always works.
That is true.
The
That's
building
the
itself
problem.
just opens up, all the parts flow away. It's like, yeah, it's open all right.
I think more likely the last thing we'll find, the last lesson, is with the hanging tree. Do we want to learn that lesson?
I think well, I wish to see the giving tree again to talk to it and apologize. But anywho,
You can do what you will there. We're not going to stop you. You've got this, fam.
okay, there we go. My bad. Now I will leave. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay.
Chun Po has well and truly left the building.
Y'all heading back?
Yep.
Yeah.
I am.
Poe's already like, deja vu?
Doom. Ah. The shadows. They're not taking 10 years to update. Feels so very nice to be able to walk around and not have to wait 30 minutes for my field of view to update. There isn't somebody shining like a beacon in this map. The tree is gone. Perhaps we only had one opportunity to learn. I will cast out my senses. Is there anything under the ground that we're missing?
Make a test if you'd like.
Well and truly discern. This can be up to a 2,900 bonus. By sheer will.
That was a good roll, too.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, big chunk is taken out of your ear as you rear back. Something's there, and identifying it exposes you to it, and it's got teeth.
My ear! I'll use nature magic to regrow that part of the ear. Ouch.
What did...
There's something there, and it likes to eat. And it ate my ear because I heard it.
Savalak, please be careful.
I wonder if it's more to do with the fact that we already fell a tree. Now that we can't see it anymore.
Was it above ground or below ground that this happened?
When everything
below
else was
ground.
above...
It was below
Underneath.
ground?
It's
Okay.
underneath. Well, sorry, it's underneath the dead leaves.
The dead leaves. Oh, okay, okay. There's something underneath all those leaves, Lar. I'm gonna huck an axe into the middle of the clearing.
Okay. Thud.
It just sits there.
Mhm.
-1 axe. I don't know if we should step into the middle of that.
Can I,
It might be once when we gain awareness of whatever it is that it can take a bite.
Did I sense anything with a 2? Like, we both are like, we all know that something's there, but like, what did I feel?
There's something there.
Okay. Have we offended Tree? Or are you a tree at all?
There's no response.
Okay. What do you guys want to think we should do?
Well, you wanted to learn from this thing, yes?
Yes. If this is turned past... I thought the taking tree was bad. This, I don't know. Refusal of sight, but is definitely underground. Walk too close. I think it's I feel like going in is a bad move. I feel like that is a different form of giving and taking death. This is immediate death to walk in. And I don't know if it's a level of calling one's bluff to go through, well, to think about giving to the giving or accepting from the giving tree was a terrifying thought. And I don't think a sane person could normally go through that. But going through what the taking tree took, and then realizing that the giving tree was about, like, this is a gift. I'm giving you your own death and the ability to have your own death rather than to have death taken away. But I don't know what kind of tree would be after the taking tree. And if this is because we took trees, then I don't think that anything I say could change what it has turned into.
Well, it devoured my ear. Maybe it's just a bigger version of whatever you have in you.
You sure you just weren't too successful?
No, there was something there and it took a bite.
Oh, shit. Well, I have to ask my passenger, because the last time I got him involved while he was asleep. Tree Buddy, do you know of this feeling?
He has another, like, why do you keep doing this to me? Why do you keep exposing me to these terrifying things?
So you know what it is?
Can you not see them?
No.
Yeah.
Are they
And if you
surrounding
look
us?
closer, the leaves are being they're not just lying on the ground, they're being held in the mandibles of ants,
Oh,
treecutter ants.
what the
Oh,
fuck?
so it was because we cut down a tree.
And they're wielding even the desiccated leaves like blades.
It was funny because that was the thing I was about to do. I was about to go grab one of the leaves.
You probably would have lost your fingers. Yeah. And you watch as the ruse is up and they all flip the blades vertical and they get into blade formation. And there's this dizzying dance where they all kind of move in this huge formation, each one filling its own role. That's not good. That is a cultivator ant colony.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Out of
Yep.
character? Fight, not fight? I say fight. However, if it's on par with everything else, it's either going to be a respectable challenge or it's going to be you fucked with God.
They are using a formation with thousands of ants.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Each one of those leaves crackles with blade energy.
I think it's. Do we bring swords?
I brought axes.
Level someone with the sword, then I guess.
I don't need no sword.
I think that
However,
is a bold statement.
So we don't know. Like, it didn't even deal damage to me. It just took a piece of my ear off.
I
I
believe
imagine.
these are swordsmen. And in formation.
Swordsons. We could leave.
We could leave. But ooh. The opportunity. I don't like it. I don't like it without the sword.
Levelair will throw over his other sword he has to you, Chun Po.
Okay, now I could figure it out. Uh, it's not quite my poison sword, but I'll coat my blade with, let's see. I feel like I don't even need to coat my blade with anything with it just being ants, but I don't know how strong these ants are. How many AoEs you got?
I've got a lot.
Okay. You said they're fire ants or just termites?
Woodcutter ants.
Woodcutter ants. Right. Eh. Well, you have fires. I'll put my yin venom on it, and let's see what happens.
Sublaire's is going to activate his sword energy.
I got nothing.
You literally have nothing.
Yep.
You sure you got this, fam?
Well, we can try to work with something here. This might be a terrible idea, mind
Eh,
you.
I tried to take death from a very aggressive tree that had stronger things than me. So I don't know. Bad decisions usually happen.
How many sword swings can you defend against in, well, a short period of time?
Fun. And
How
also, it's
many
not
sword
exactly a
swings do you please?
defense. 4. Well, let's see. No, let's see. I have 3 half actions, and then I can get 3 attacks out of those 3 half actions. So I get a total of 9 attacks. And then I have
That's
1 reflex.
kind of close to 1,000 or thousands.
Sublaire takes to the air.
I don't.
I could theoretically spew a lot of the poison that the grandeurs like well, if I could make that, that is like that kills almost everything that I know of. And that's a lot, but that's like my AoEs and like my yin venom. I'm just like it's more of a blade thing rather than trying to create AoEs. And I'm also not exactly good at that yet. In terms of making AoE of hey, poison. However, that next chapter is that's going to be interesting.
I'm going to spend 20 sword energy doing a mountain splitting arc.
Oh, that probably rolls for initiative.
Yeet.
I don't know if there is initiative with this though.
Yeah, not really. The
Okay.
the ants layer their leaves together,
Mhm.
forming a phalanx over with the shield lock wall, and hundreds of them, each with one blade energy,
Yeah.
interlock their energies together through the blade formation, and your attack rolls across and atop it, and then when it disperses, they get back into formation.
Hold on, I'm not done. So, using a destiny fragment, let's go through the process here. So, the technique, mountain splitting arc. The second thing that Sublar has done in the past is they were able to have the blade come back in a boomerang style.
Mhm.
So, with this concept that they've deflected, it comes back around. The visualization is hitting them from behind. The internalization aspect is the fact that these are blades. These are things to be broken and break. The actualization, the expression of it is hitting them with my sword energy, and being a sword reaper, I break blades. And my Dao punctuation is your convergence breaks as I hit them from behind with my my mountain splitting arc.
Getting cheeky with it, are we?
I mean, I have to try.
All right. You will slay this one group of ants.
Wonderful.
There's a lot more to go.
Chun Po
Where's the sword
will. Wait, do you have something, Liron?
Yeah, I was going to try to destabilize their sword energy.
Hell yes.
Or to visualize a note. I understand the sound of sword energy,
Blade energy. Different.
but it's blade energy.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to spend a bit listening to the sound of the energy.
Want to spend a whole turn? Or
Yes,
like,
I
how
do.
long are you spending?
I'm going to spend a whole turn while Poe's doing stuff.
No, what are you doing, Poe?
Po is approaching as a swordsman up to the edge of the leaves with sword drawn and like wants to see if the ants will like create a swordsman to fight me with.
No.
No, okay.
Well, it's better that it's
They're-
blade energy and not sword energy.
They're
sure.
still moving in some sort of mobile formation. Not sure what they're waiting for.
Well, what are the formations? Is it like they have shields up and swords out waiting, or is it like spears
Wield-
pointed forward?
They wield a desiccated leaf between their mandible and use it like a blade.
So is it like in between their teeth type of thing? And they like
They don't have teeth. They're ants.
Yeah.
They have mandibles.
Yes.
Little clicky. Yeah.
I'm thinking of like an ant with like the big teeth and or mandibles that close around near their mouth, and
Yeah.
so is
They're woodcutter ants. They have huge ass mandibles. But they also wield the leaves like blades in their mouth, between their mandibles. You have concentric rings that move in opposite directions, and you also have individual clusters doing their own.
Yeah, they're setting up a war array pretty much. Savalair is going to do his next thing. I'm going to do a freedom mat, and my technique freedom visualization. I am going to using solar qigong that is nitroed. I'm going to quickly go up, grab the cluster of leaves that have been slain, and then get the fuck out. the visualization aspect. That is that. The internalization
Are
is the
you
ingestion.
using a nitro capsule?
Not using a nitro capsule. I'm using a supercharged solar qigong, pretty much, to do this.
Did I give you nitro energy?
Yep.
Okay. Just making sure.
So when they go through my Danteon circuit, I can use. I did the 1D1000. It's just part of the tribulations, right? One of them is that I can put qigong into it and output a supercharged qigong. I also have nitro capsule qigong as well, but I'm not using one of those to do it. I'm just going to be very quick about it using solar.
Okay. Each of these leaves has an ant behind it.
Ones I killed already.
Mm.
I was going for
Well,
those
the
ones.
leaves were destroyed with the kill. Like the leaves are just desiccated leaves.
Oh, I see.
So you hit it so hard, you killed the ant and the weapon they were wielding.
I just wanted one of the leaves that picked up from the tree. Okay, well, my thought's gone. I will use Eye of the Weaver then on this ant colony, using my Eye of the Sava here as well. I'm looking for the when I go and look at them, I'm going to try and find the I guess we'll call them the nodes of what's happening. Like they're creating something. I know it, and with the information from that I'm going to get from this Eye of the Weaver, with my Dharmic and my Prismatic Eye, hopefully I can grab something for it. Especially with my Eye of the Sava combo on top. Let's do an awareness right quick. 13 degrees. And once I have that information, I will try a cookout. So I can hit these locations with my sword energy and try to disrupt it, what they're trying to do right now, and hopefully stop them from what they're doing.
What do you know about arrays?
I know all kinds of things about arrays.
Okay. So for this one, you have to find the array gates.
Okay.
And they're going to be different because it's done on an enormous scale. In addition, with it being a demon beast insect type. So they're
Yeah.
not going to use the same gates and array systems as people.
And that's why I'm relying on more of my personal ability of prismatic and dharmic to see the truths and more of the mathematical flow of what I'm looking at.
Okay.
And the Eye of the Sava to, put the cherry on top.
The only way you can break this array is to smash it. There's not really a weak gate. This is probably an innate feature of the ants.
Gotcha.
There's also so many of them that they have 4 redundant gates for each gate that can be filled in a moment's notice.
Gotcha.
And they're good enough at this array stuff that they completed the full array the moment the moment they started moving. So,
Okay.
specialty of these ants. Because they know they can't beat you in a one-on-one, and if they go at you like a mass, it's really easy, like you just showed. Yes, I hit an AoE, I kill all of you. But if they work in an array, they can share their strength.
Yep.
And there's so many of them that they're formidable.
Yeah, one of the character concepts I wanted to do with Lar was a war array anyway, so I'm kind of I understand what's going on.
This is a really good look at what probably a 1,000,000 person or 1,000,000 unit array looks like.
Yeah.
And it's hard to keep up with because the moment you look away from one section after studying, to look at another, you're pretty sure that whole section changed and is no longer what you remember.
Mhm.
So many shifting pieces. And the ants have a particularly they have a particular advantage in the fact that they can work together without messing up on such a large scale. And everyone knows their job through some sort of communication method. There are definitely commander units, but people are a lot more complex. Ants are simple, and they use that simplicity so they don't break rank. So
I'll shut down to the guys. They're creating a war array. We don't have much time before they strike.
Well then, Lar, prepare yourself for another mountain-splitting strike. I'll be ready to assist here in a minute. Not literally a minute, but a moment.
all right. Anything else? Oh yeah.
Chun Po would like to ask, is there, of the arrays that are there, are there any that we can punch through, and can we try to, what is it called? Fucking, not Frogger. Okay, so, like, if you have a 8 arrays in a row, and they're all making different symbols, if we can find a pattern of the symbols of we jump here, we jump here, we jump here, we jump here, we push through, and we get to whatever the
Remember what
core.
Remember what the Undying Sword Elder told us about swordsmen?
Creating our own truce.
That, yeah, but also like just fucking smash it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to approach it intellectually like a sword scholar. You could just be like, that looks like something I can hit.
Also, Poe, be ready with some variety of poison to weaken the ants. I will hopefully make an opportunity here to get through their blade energy.
Gotcha.
So, what type
Poe
of poison you want to use?
Poe will sit. Can I make a intellect roll on trying to decipher which poison is the best one to use in this moment?
Could just go for the face or go for the fences.
Go for the fences would be crafting one out of the mundanes, like on the fly. What can I use to kill ants and try to craft one?
Ooh, you could do something that messes up their sense of smell so that their array breaks down, because I'm assuming that they communicate with pheromones.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell they also have some sort of clicking communication. They have some sort of sonic communication, as well as probably smell and other determinants.
Assuming whatever I'm doing is going to mess up that communication, but
potentially, yeah.
It might not. It's not just specifically targeting that.
You also could just hit him with the named poison and be like, fuck it.
I want.
But Treebuddy is terrified of these things.
Yeah, they are in the name. It makes sense. That's their stick.
Well, they've got leaves, not sticks.
This is. We make our own truths. Okay, so.
Chun Po, I'm going to hit you. You need to go back.
Gotcha.
So, I would like to begin visualizing the note that harmonizes with their blade energy to attempt to cancel it out, if only for a moment. We'll do a mathematics check to find that note, as I have been listening to the sound of their energy, which I'm assuming is all the same, considering they are an army of ants in in good formation. ODM.
Hmm.
Their blade energy is all the same, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to use mathematics to determine a note in harmony in order to cancel it out for a moment.
Okay. You don't believe your eyes, but you see two ants with metal sticks in their mouth, playing the two metal sticks together. The whole formation shifts, and it rebuffs like and they all make this
I haven't
collective
started
clicking noise.
doing it though.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
visualizing right now.
you get this clang, and your visualization warbles. They're sonically attacking you.
I can I add to that?
To their sonic attack on Liron?
No, to Liron's attempt
Sure.
by my 1,000 mundane poisons, crafting something or crafting a poison that messes with their pheromone smell or like how they are or they breathe it in and it's just like
Mhm.
confusion.
Yeah. You
As
can just do
well
a
as
chemical irritant.
I want to create muscle spasms in them. It almost looks like it's shocking them, but it's just
Mhm.
like spasming in the ants to get them to kind of seizing paralysis.
Yeah.
I do have
As a,
tier 10 and all of my reinforcements. Can I resist their sonic attack in some way to continue the visualization?
yeah, I mean, it's just roll for it. It's just interesting that they're trying to disrupt you. As for Mr. Poe, you've read
Mhm.
about this in some of your books. Beetles or insects with carapace are highly resistant, or just insects in general are highly resistant to chemical attacks.
Mm.
Like they're well, insects are chemical warfare specialists. Their ability to adapt to mundane stuff is prodigious, especially as, like cultivator colonies. If
Mm.
some fall, they could shift and make an adaptation. You know what they aren't good against? They're not particularly good against things that would pierce the. I forget the name of the material.
Yeah,
Chitin?
D. No, that's Dementious Earth or something.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, where it's
Dichotomous Earth?
yeah, dichotomous earth.
it's
It
little.
absolutely fucks them up.
Hmm.
Go
You know what
ahead
those
and
are, right? Like what it is?
It's like a tiny parasite, isn't it?
No, no, no,
Like,
no, no, not at all. It's fossilized, like very small creatures,
Hmm.
and they're so sharp and small that it pierces through it and then dries the insect out.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we have dichotomous Earth. Uh, okay. So that
temperature also
yes.
is a big thing. But you can also just do the brute force method. You don't have to build the perfect solution if you just want them dead.
Well, they're trying to
Fair enough.
disrupt me. Well, one, I'm going to do an influence check. This is my Dao, and
Mm-hmm.
sound is not going to disrupt me.
Okay.
No bonus there. Good roll.
You could also think of it like this. This is a great time to do the 5-step on a defensive technique instead of an offensive.
Well, I'm currently doing the visualization.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you can't do two
Um,
at once. Maybe that's what I was. Yeah.
Chun Po gets a smile and well, I think the best way for me right now, with what I have learned of the sword, is to start swinging.
Okay.
I
If
might
that's
die,
what you're
but
going to do, I'm gonna start the first verse of the Mythmatic chant to see if that just kind of destroys them. The first Mythmatic chant. Do. Well, that could probably just kill everybody. Well, that doesn't kill anybody. It just... Where is the thrum frequency? We reduce all of the reinforcements by 1, and I'm assuming that they're collectively only like 1 reinforcement, and they probably work by combining things. So if I can bring it to 0, that probably just kind of, one can assume, makes them pretty inept at fighting. So we'll just do the thrum frequency, which reduces all of their reinforcements by 1.
Nice bone splitting arc. And then between the chemical and your attempt to interfere, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm reducing all the reinforcements by 1, which I'm guessing they work in a similar way by combining the reinforcements.
Yeah, but it still only goes up to 10.
Yeah, but it's now 0 because they all only have 1.
Correct. Which is also the problem of arrays, and the Mythmatics chant shows its strength. Mythmatics chant actually, if done correctly, actually and totally messes with people who are combining their strength in an array or a large style combat, which is why these singularities can fight anybody, no matter how many there are, no matter how much they pool their strength. The Mythmatics chat breaks them down individually, making combining their strengths worthless. And Laura, when you smash the area with your mountain splitting arc, you disperse Poe's poison further, and yeah, you'll just destroy all the things here. They're not able to hold the formation together. There's too much confusion. Half of them drop their blade aura because they missed a communication. The other half is not in the right position or missed timings, and their strength is reduced to 0. And what's your weapon skill reinforcement?
Mine's 10.
Yeah, so they
That's
have 0,
9.
you have 10.
He's
That's
9.
a big difference.
His is also reduced by 1, but
No, I have 9, I
that's-
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a difference of 9.
Yeah.
You'll take out
Yep.
the whole colony here, or at least the this particular battalion.
Nice. The trees were saved once again by the heroic fighting trio.
Heck
So-
yes.
did these
Are
cut
you-
down one of the trees here?
They won't chop down any more trees.
Oh, you know this is just a battalion detachment. There's probably
Oh.
hundreds of battalions from one colony.
Do we want to go termite hunting for a month? Or woodcutter ant hunting for a month?
Well, I don't know that we can find the colony. There's not places we can go.
That was only one battalion. This is a war raging that didn't even realize.
Savalera goes and
Let's just good.
goes down. I was flying down and lands on the ground where the tree usually was.
Yeah, it has the same indentation as the kaleidoscope tree, where
Gotcha.
it just pulls itself into the ground
Mhm.
to go somewhere else. So the tree's not dead. The giving tree and the taking tree are perfectly fine. It's just
This
left.
one.
they just left. They're like,
Gotcha.
oh fuck this.
Nope.
There's not quite a war raging, Poe. That's just
Okay.
the stance of ants. They're always at war. And when they send out ants to do anything, they send out battalions that can harvest whole areas and come back. Raiding parties.
Gotcha.
And a properly built ant colony that doesn't have an actual predator that beats them, well, they can clear an entire area. Like, ants are scary. Almost as scary as
Yeah.
grass.
Even if they have a predator, a lot of the time, the
Mm-hmm.
predator can't deal with all of the ants.
But you also have things like
Anteaters.
anteaters, yeah,
Mm.
who are just like, I don't care, here, lump, yum.
I would just clear out this whole tunnel.
Yeah, there is a thriving ecosystem. There's a reason why all these trees aren't cut down, and the majority of the trees that are cut down are from cultivators. But you feel that if you try and go further past this particular zone, you will be properly entering the Star Forest. So, flirting with danger.
Yeah.
And with no equipment.
Yeah.
So, that water there looks pretty good. It
Oh.
also looks like there are hundreds of little rolled up little balls of water.
Ooh.
Can I scoop some water out, like in my hand, or?
Yeah, it's just water. Looks like the ants were rolling up water to take back.
Oh, this
Gotcha.
isn't a pond. This is. Or
No, it's a
well,
pond. It's
okay.
a pond. It's
Just
on
like
the
at
on the
the
ground.
edge.
On the ground.
yeah, but
Hmm.
when the ants aren't defending themselves, they are scavengers. They harvest food,
Bring it back.
and the ants have figured out a way to catch water, roll it up into a ball to carry back.
I forget that that's a thing, and it is so wild every time I think of it.
Lar's pretty much just looking around, trying to see if there's a something that his eyes can perceive. That just in case we don't miss anything, we've got to get the most.
There's
out
an
of
ant with a
everything.
stick. He's waving it menacingly at you.
Huh.
He's a much bigger ant, but more like beetle size. But he's like, you could tell he's definitely not a swordsman, but he's trying to mimic what he saw you doing.
Oh yes. Keep it up. Gives him a thumbs up.
Yeah, and he'll give you the suspicious side eye, and then go back to bonking or rock with the stick.
Nice.
He's doing a great job. I think I will collect water.
Okay. Water, delicious.
Why is he hitting the rock though?
He's trying to learn how to swing a sword.
Yeah, trying to defeat the rock with the stick. If
Okay.
he swings enough times, he'll get it right?
Can I mimic swordsmanship for what I know, especially like the combat the combination style for this woodcutter ant beetle?
If you want to give him a few pointers.
Yeah.
Okay. He
What-
gives you
what-
bombastic side eye, but follows your instruction.
Would you want that? Let's see. A fellowship to try and actually make that happen, or weapon skill to then just do
Weapon
it?
skill.
Weapon skill. Okay. I believe this one is just straight. Thanks. Six degrees of success for teaching our little friend here with the stick how to be a swordsman.
he's picked up better sword swinging technique.
I give him a thumbs up, and
He gives you suspicious side eye.
you're doing great. I believe in you. Be kind to the trees if you do have to fell them. And I move on.
Would like to drink some of the water from the pond. I'm not
Yeah.
at my computer, so I can't move myself
It
to it.
quenches your throat.
It
You
is the
are-
quenchiest.
Is there any difference with this pond water over here?
No, just more. Same
Okay.
source.
Gotcha.
I am.
You are quenched. Delicious.
Powerful artifact.
Oh. Hmm. I think we've done everything? I'm not sure if there's anything else that we could learn at this point besides trying another tree, but I think that they said that they don't prefer that. Like, I almost want to for the challenge, but it's only. Are you
Is there
ready,
anything under
Sabala?
the? Is there anything underneath the steps? Anything underneath the bricks? Anything hidden in the alcoves? Just double checking. Can't think of anything. I think we even talked about it before, but just find it interesting that there's. I know it's just the map you used, but it could also just be something.
Oh.
Does my map perturb you, Mr. Johnny?
Yeah, I thought there might be something in the steps or underneath a brick or something, but I think
If
it's
you want
just.
to lift some stuff, you can.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just kind of looking, just making sure no one left anything around, and after
I'm
that,
gonna study one of the shadow trees.
Lars, you look under.
yeah,
Go ahead and roll me luck. I don't know. Maybe find
sure.
something.
Why not? Let's go high here. 23 minus 8.
I can
And
-8
then
that with a bone coin.
I don't even think you need to do that. What I'm going to do is
Mhm.
just do lucky and then roll less than a 23.
Oh, sure, sure.
You rolled 1d22.
I'm sorry, bud.
Nice. I
-1.
gotta get the high side too. So 8 minus that.
And I'll -8 it again.
Okay,
So
so
minus
16.
16, 6.
So
Uh,
6.
nice.
Find a broken sword fragment.
I'll take the sword fragment. So the only other thing I can think of, guys, is that it's the shadow trees themselves. Maybe
Yeah, it's gonna
trying to
examine the
chop one
shadow
of
tree.
the shadow trees might be interesting.
Now, I'm thinking that the shadow trees are trees that were cut down, but not cut down properly, so their Dao point is still standing, and the tree is not actually cut down properly. I'm gonna go examine one of these
If you'd like.
with assigny science. I'm not gonna do much else on that. And then I'm going to
Mhm.
what?
You are correct, but it's in the trunk. It's in the stump. That
Oh yeah.
to probably cut down a tree, you got to remove the whole tree, including the stump. So
Oh, so the water sentinel or river sentinel is going to make a shadow tree eventually as well.
all trees here will make a shadow tree, no matter how you cut them down. Weirdly, though, did I not? Oh yeah, sturdy boy. You cut down sturdy boy. Sorry. There you
You're good.
go. That's not what the shadow portion is, though. It's kind of like something's weird about it.
Liron, my thought. We've hit the physical. What about the metaphysical side?
I think we should remove our stumps.
That's a good idea too.
Why would we do that? If they can remain here as shadow trees.
Well, I think I will step aside from my stump for right now to understand the shadow in a way that I can understand what I'm leaving behind. If there are so many that are, if this is actually something bad, then I think we should remove every stump that we can. You get my meaning? Like, look how many shadow trees we have. What if that's bad?
Well, the shadow trees are most likely going to come back because there's more people who are going to come cut down more trees.
Yeah.
So
let's try and shut down. I think we should try and chop down some shadow trees.
okay, I'll attempt to chop down the shadow tree. I already know, like, if I just swing through it, it just goes straight through it. We've done that. We've tried that. I'm going to infuse my axe with Shadow Qigong. And we're going to visualize cutting down this here tree that is directly in front of me. And it's just going to sort of blow away in the wind afterwards with the visualization. It's been cut from the stump. What else would be helpful here?
I mean, even that is a good start. Like, just what's your punctuation, I guess.
My punctuation. Did I learn anything else? And what other Dao do I have points wise?
What about something like I can hear you, Shadow?
Well, I can hear the shadows.
Well, then you can hit it.
Yeah. Yeah, so my Dao punctuation with a point of sound is I can hear the shadow, so I can cut down the tree. And I will swing with Shadow Qigong through the stump, cutting it cleanly. Not the stump, the shadow tree.
Yeah, you cut through it, but it just reforms.
Chun Po takes an axe and puts a point of solar qigong into it, and says, "My light cuts through the shadows," and starts chopping in his V shape. See how that works.
As you go swing, the light just pushes the dark away, kind of like a spotlight. So the shadow gets warped and twisted based off of the projection of the light, but the moment the solar goes away, it just reforms.
Okay. I start doing. Oh, well, no.
Oh,
I
what do you mean? Oh, then no. Come on. You had me excited.
Do it.
I start doing overhead chops through the stump.
No, you're just gonna kill his dump?
Well, I mean, like I. Dang it! I don't know how to hit this tree. Okay, we build our own truths. I can cut you. Or I can chop you and go to swing. Are they not practitioners? Most trees?
Most plants are.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, most plants are oblivious practitioners.
I'm gonna take one of my axes and I'm going to I guess why does this matter? Let's just try it. I'm just gonna put it into the stump, like I saw with the outside. Just gonna like leave an axe there. Just as a like a representation that I was here, and then this is my tree that I cut. Like an achievement, I guess.
Yeah. Oh wait, I noticed there was a few. Yeah, I'm gonna put my axe into my stump as well.
I hate to be the copycat, but I think it is a good idea, and
It's
our
probably
steps
not,
are to-
guys. I just was like, I wonder what else could it be.
Well, I mean, like,
They did that over at the other stumps down in
Yeah,
that
well, that's what
area.
that's where that idea came from for sure. But I was just like, you know what? Let's do that. And you know what? You gotta do the full process though, guys. You can't just do it. You can't just put it in. So the technique is the opposite of where I saw it take out. You can I put one in as well already. So it's just a flunk. The visualization is the implementation of the axe
Now,
into the stump.
if I might,
Um,
Lar, before you do that,
yeah.
spend some extra time on this visualization. Really
Okay.
imagine the axe and the stump for an extended period of time.
All
I
right.
think I'll spend a day with this visualization. Meditate next to the tree. I will visualize, first of all, the actual act of chopping the axe down into the stump, getting it well and truly wedged, and then I will imagine the next 1,000 years as I have experienced 1,000 years of research of the axe staying there, unchanging, in the stump.
Yeah, you can visualize.
I'll spend a day doing this visualization,
All right. What do the
meditating
others?
upon it.
What do the others want to do for a day?
I'm going to do the same, but I'm not going to visualize the research side of things. It's more of a
Well, it's not research, I just know the span of time of
yeah, yeah,
1,000
okay,
years.
fair, yeah, yeah. Mine's more of the success of cutting the tree. I'm visualizing what the axe inside the stump means. Um, uh, I'll do that. That's an interesting thought to do it for an extended period of time. The visualization to see if that has any amplification to the 5-step process as well.
So I'm going to be spending another day internalizing the visualization as well.
Yeah.
Chun Po will spend the day with the axe head meditating and thinking of Sturdy Lad in a spiritual sense as the cultivator that he fought to make this happen. And the feeling of, well, this is a grave now. It is a marking of somebody's, a clash where life was lost. And an understanding of, well, or trying to understand what it means, or okay, Chun Po feels a little bit of failure because he didn't think of to look at the sapper to ask Sapalar to what he should do in looking beforehand, and now the tree, it could have been treated differently. And out of respect to the spirit and the memory of Tree Lad or Tree Sturdy Lad, um, a level of something's memory has value, and when you fail, the value of the memory it can become less. Or like, because somebody failed at one point, the memory of, well, this didn't happen this way, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, some people lost. And 1,000 years in the transportation of time, looking at the trees around us too, of just like, well, no, there are shadow trees here, but if it's just the stumps, then this area has been very deforested,
Very deforested, yeah.
and there's a lot of graves. This theoretically, it's not exactly a massacre, but it's not exactly good, and Chun Po wonders if there's an opportunity to plant anew, and if that requires, if removing the stump is better or worse to not just the memory, but to the memory of Sturdy Lad and the trees that were here before, if these shadow trees are representations of what was before, and it is the memory of this village of, or forest of cultivation, and these were the cultivators. I don't know where my train of thought is trying to go, but Chun Po thinks on that for the day. And tries to think of an answer, and just asking out loud, what should I be doing here? With the stump and the memory of a cultivator that I successfully found, and the opportunity, and found what was needed. What is the right step for the memory?
Might is right. You're the one that makes it.
Yes, the visualization for mine is going 100,000 years for the lifespan of the tree. The second day of
Mine.
internalizing, I'm going to be coming up with a note
Oh,
for
there you
which the
go.
X to resonate for those 100,000 years. A solemn, serene note of remembrance.
Mhm.
My internalization for the day is digesting the tree itself within the flame, the external into internal representation of the act in itself. And knowing that my flame will become stronger because of it, knowing that I will be able to protect the people I care about more because of it. And yeah, okay, that sounds fun. Let's do that.
Chun Po, for the second day, I think, wants to talk to the elder. Or, well, guys, I got an idea, but I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Hear me out?
And what is the idea?
Creating a shrine?
That's what I'm intending to do here.
Awesome.
Then we'll use your corpses to make it.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I still think a shrine is appropriate, but that's rough.
Yeah, you can make it out of stone. It's fine.
Well, making out of the stump and the axe. Shrine doesn't need to be a specific thing. I guess it's their corpse, but
How many axes can we call upon?
I have 14 left.
Gotcha. I wonder if we can ask the shadow trees their names and create proper shrines.
And I guess to be clear, this is the axe that felled the tree that I'm going to be.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Planting in
doing
this.
too with mine.
And then for the actualization of mine, I will be expending 15 points of sound, 50 points of waveform qigong. And then use my energy efficiency artifice to instill it into the axe in such a way that it remains there, just to put out the note of remembrance.
Okay.
And that is my Dao punctuation, is that note.
Oh, like Knives Out, Glass Onion, the hourly dong.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll go ahead and not use any of those points from my character sheet with my once per encounter ability to not spend points when I would be expending things for an attack. So I'm pouring all of my resources into this. And an actual Dao enlightenment, because I don't think that counts. Of sound and artifice in order to turn this axe into like a resonant, well, into a shrine that chimes, I suppose, once a year up to 100,000 years.
My actualization is nicely done.
Yeah.
Do you want a fate point?
Yeah, I'd like a fate point.
Okay, you can use a fate point.
Damn.
That's
It's
better.
better. So my actualization is the flame coming and burning, the ever burning flame of just this light, and being the almost like a representation of what's happened to the tree, and the Dao punctuation I have here is that even through a failure of a tree, there is the flame of success that comes from it, and um, yeah, and let this be a light as a reminder for those who see this tree and to remember that it was once here. And I guess that's my seal.
I don't entirely know how this is the first making a shrine. I would like to create a shrine that gives off a sense of like rejuvenating growth to the forest, where you see like just a patch of area that is regrowing and young trees are starting to grow around or something similar, if possible. But I don't know how to make steels and how is it done. Is it just a science?
Yeah,
Oh. That's okay.
yeah. Give it an attempt. Fire away.
Right. Oof. I'm gonna fate point that.
If you'd like.
Better.
Yeah. You seem to be able to thoroughly interact with the stump. Has an echo of the its last Dao argument, but the shadow portion is just really weird. It's like there's nothing there at all. But it's you guys played with it before. You can put your hand up to the shadow and it's solid. But when you swing a weapon, it just passes through. As for the trunk or the stump, uh, you're pretty sure it hasn't converted its old Dao argument point into the kind of the stuff you'd find in the deadwood and the fallen tree stumps. So maybe that's what causes shadow.
So speaking of that, I would like to use a peak narrative on this as well when I'm doing it to, I guess, combine this shrine that I'm making with the Dao point that this tree has and make the shrine stand as a sentinel for the river that it was next to.
Okay.
Nobody's going to be taking the axe and ruining the shrine.
And the shrine is to pay homage.
Yes, to the
Okay.
100,000-year river sentinel. Basically solidifying its Dao point into the shrine is what I'm attempting to do there. Since it's still there, presumably in the stump.
Lars on his way. He's a man on a mission. Where is he going?
Out of here. I've
Out of
already
here.
completed what I was doing.
Okay.
And does the note chime for the first time?
Yeah, it
It's
does.
going into the stump.
Yeah. Bing. If you want, you could probably plant the ambergris back into the stump.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And the shrine will protect it and it would grow back.
But I think the Sword Carnival wants the ambergris.
Yeah, they very much do, but it's your decision.
We would never be coming back here, so I don't know what benefit that would give us. And that's very uncultivatory.
It is very uncultivatory. Yeah.
But you want to put a final message in what you're trying to do here, or is it more of just be like, hey,
Already made the message. That's the note that rings every year. Remembrance. I don't think I would want to give back the ambergris. That
Okay.
thing's great.
You built your shrine?
Cool. And we killed some ants. We learned a lesson about relying on one's others too much. At least when dealing with a singularity.
That is definitely something you have learned. All right, Mr. Poe, what else?
Ah, um, I want to try and figure out why the shadow trees are here.
I thought it was already said.
Well, like, they're a copy of their old tree, but like, what was said that it was this is why they are shadow and they are here rather than just stump.
Their Dao point never transitioned from whatever Dao point as a tree they had to being a dead tree.
Yeah, it's too fresh.
Okay.
And now mine probably won't.
Um, is there a well, I want to see if a ceremony that is like a funeral, more or less, for these shadow trees, but I don't really have that many resources. And I don't know if it's just another axe head or if we can like take some materials here or and try to make something of shrines.
Hmm.
And I don't know whether or not to fight the shadow tree and then just get the Dow point right is better or worse.
Well, this particular stump hasn't spawned a shadow,
Yes.
but you could fight all these other trees.
Oh, I guess I'll take the tree that I cut down as well to the Sword Elder, the one that I cheated to cut down.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I don't know what kind of tree that was, but it's probably worth something.
All right, sure.
Um, I'll try to fight this this shadow tree.
Okay. What do you fight with?
Gonna axe it a question.
Mm. I shall shave it for later. No, that's mustachio a question, but I shall shave it for later. Uh, like, this is a bit harder because it's not exactly a cultivator. This is a dead cultivator. This is a cultivator who has died who can't move on. Um,
Maybe they did
I
move on, but their point still stands.
true. Okay. Then I just chop the way that uh I, I'll take the same approach that I took with Sturdy Tree of just like, all right, we got the wedge, we got the swing, we got the mentality. We're just gonna keep going until they're chopped. And then as I'm going through, I guess try to sense or feel or understand what Dow point they were trying to make.
Okay. It's not like it's well hidden. It's a dead tree. The Dow point is shifted because it has to transition.
Yes.
The current Dow point, you did roll a let's 10 dust. That's not bad. I shall not be filled by your pathetic skills. That's you think that's what it is.
Okay.
It's now, even though I have been felled, you are still pathetic.
Wrecked.
Yeah.
Get roasted. And you are still dead.
Emotional damage.
How can the dead call the living pathetic?
Like
You
that.
lost.
And now you find yourself arguing with a dead tree.
Pretty pathetic.
It's kind of like an epitaph. It's just what's left. There's no force behind what's left.
Hmm.
So you can be like, and it's just like, I'm dead. What do you want?
Magic. Why?
Yeah.
You're talking to a dead tree. Oh.
Interestingly enough, the shadow portion has almost no relation to the remnants, except for the shape of what the tree used to be.
Okay.
I wonder if these shadow remnants are part of a Dao point of one of the living trees here.
Which tree would it be?
Maybe it was a dead one that you knocked over.
Maybe it's Punch Tree.
Yeah,
Who
oh,
knows?
picking on trees.
It could be
It
the big
was
hollow
mo-
one.
It could be the big hollow one. I guess nobody actually did check on that tree. Does that tree seem to cast a lot of shadow?
Not really, no.
I don't know. All right, I'm talking to a dead tree, committing to the bit.
Yeah.
What? Why the shadow? Or is that not you?
It just, there's no response.
You're talking to a dead
Yeah.
tree. I talk to books all the time. They at least give me some answers.
I'm gonna try to put some shadow qigong into one of the shadow trees. See if it goes somewhere.
You do feel something nagging though, as you kind of look at the sea of trees, this kind of graveyard. The shadows at first kind of feel like tombstones, but you get a combination of a sense of nothing and an sense of unease. But well, graveyards do that.
You said a sense of nothing and a sense of unease?
Mm-hmm. As you kind of just survey the area.
I'd like to put a shadow qigong into one of the trees. Shadow trees.
Okay.
Does it go anywhere, or does it?
It does. Each of these trees has a tether that goes down and disappears.
I'd like to follow it with my hearing.
Doesn't go very far. You need Shadow Qigong and a ton of it.
To make it okay.
Kind of like that
I do have a ton of it.
kinetic strike thing with the Glasgow tree, where you had to infuse it with so much kinetic power it could.
I don't actually have a ton of qigong. I can give it like 50. I'm pretty sure, and I don't think that that's a ton of qigong.
Not unless you have Qigong efficiency.
Oh, you can't use all of it at once.
Well, no, you can. It's just when you have a qigong efficiency, when you spend 1, you get the output of 2.
Yeah, so on. Because I've got 31, and I feel like 31 is not a very big number of qigong.
Uh,
It's good
you
for
do
somebody who's not
get
focused.
to the first layer. It is a network. So
These trees appear to be connected to each other.
through a shadow, some sort of like
Through the
shadow root system.
shadow root system. I don't think this is dead. It's just growing out of the dead stump.
You do get. I will need a willpower test. And you have 10 reinforcement, so
Yeah.
no penalties.
And I have mind.
Mhm.
No penalties. I've got plus 40 just by that point.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Looking through it, there's definitely another force player. And it is not a benevolent force.
I'd imagine not.
So yeah, most things in the cultivator world are the way they are because they have to survive, or they are marauders just as vicious in their own way as people. You're pretty sure that whatever force this comes from is too weak a force to interact with anything living. But the dead, on the other hand, what's left, the remains,
Just taking over all of it.
it's slowly taking over stuff. It's also interacting with Dao points. It's learning. It's learning all the defenses of all these trees and what felled them.
So I found the network, but I don't know where it leads to, basically.
Huge. It's absolutely enormous.
Goes beyond.
At first, it feels like a mycelium cluster, but it's too big. Like the roots, it feels like a root system rather than a like a tree root system rather than a fungal
Now, does it
system.
go out towards like the railway?
It keeps very far away from the railway. Like
Keeps away from the railway, so it goes out into the forest proper.
yeah, it forms a boundary line that runs perfectly parallel with the rail, and it stays 10 feet from it.
So the rail was maybe used to keep this thing from spreading.
Well, theoretically, the rail. I'd argue we should get inside that building at this point and like figure out, hey, this thing stays away from you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go break down that door. If y'all want to come with me. These shadow trees appear to be a different organism than these stumps entirely. It's a whole network
Okay,
underneath.
put another in it.
Door! We're breaking and entering. Let's go. Actually, I'm gonna tap the tracks with an axe. See what sound it makes.
It makes the most foul, nausea-inducing sound you've ever experienced.
Now hold on. There's some other worse sounds that I've probably heard in my Pinnacle sounds. Not Pinnacle. What was it?
Sounds like a great one to add, though.
Yeah.
This makes you nauseous immediately, and it gives you vertigo.
Well, it didn't threaten to kill me immediately, so not the
No, it did.
worst sound.
And it only makes that sound when you invoke the metal. And you go, you like you rack your knuckles on it to produce the sound. It makes this clang sound, and you're like, ah.
Oh, that's bad. Okay. Interesting.
But it's inert
Do I
otherwise.
feel like it has some sound Dao infused into it? Kind of like the The first opportunity where it was a bunch of Dao together?
It is as disharmonious as possible. It is a
To me, it doesn't sound.
masterwork of disharmony. In fact, all the railroad stakes are like
Put in haphazardly.
sounding
and-
rods
Oh.
that magnify disharmony. So every time the train runs by, it basically kills everything on the path that the train runs. It kills the overgrowth. It kills and pushes away all invasive species.
The
This is done
shadows
on
may
purpose.
be
It's not
something.
haphazard.
Yeah. Somebody may be aware of the shadows.
I'd like to spend whatever remains of this month, if we can stay here for that long, studying these tracks.
Sure.
After breaking and entering, of course.
All right. Well, got to do the breaking first.
Starts with visualization and ends with I'm just going to use nothing and break down the door.
Oh, you break the door, yeah. Despite very not been lived in for a while or been used, no dust.
Anything in here that indicates that this was the person living
It's a
here
small
that
cabin.
made
It
the
has a bunch
railroads?
of work tables. It has a bunch of like a couple bookshelves, mostly filled with work logs. Pun intended, but work records. What do you want to do?
Go through all the work records. We got time. We got a month.
Okay. It is a record of every single person who has ever come here
Are we
and
on
what
it?
they've done. Yes, you are. It's currently filling itself out in one of the books.
So I'm never going to finish that because if I read it, then I has recorded that I have read it, and then it has recorded that I have read it. And
Yep.
It
so
has
on.
recorded that you've broken in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Actually, is that record tarnished by the nothing?
No, it just says there was an unrecognizable force used to get through the door, and so they entered. They don't. Something was used, but they couldn't identify what it was because it's nothing.
Nothing was used.
Yeah.
I suppose what we could do too here is like let it be known what the creature is. Maybe that would be useful for whoever is.
Are there any
owner of this
records
house.
of people interacting with that creature? The shadow
Well,
thing?
before you override him, let
Sorry.
Lar finish what he was doing. Say again,
No,
Lar.
that's fine. No, all I was just saying is that you should let it be known, in a sense, about the shadow creature. Like, if they don't already know about it, I don't know, say it out loud, or because I'm sure they've seen what you did. Maybe you put some shadow qigong in it, but maybe they didn't get any information. I guess that's
Yeah, but
something
then
to
I
check.
vocalized it to you guys afterwards.
Okay.
So that's probably in the record already, I'm guessing. My
It does.
musings about the creature.
Yeah, your musings and your interactions with it. But searching the rest of the records, they do have one little section about this particular aspect of the forest. So the clearing that you guys is what is called a tree gathering clearing. Special trees make an emergence there because it's open. It's kind of like a vacation spot for traveling trees. Kaleidoscope trees sometimes appear in that spot, but most of the time they appear out of one of the stumps because they're weird like that.
Right on.
Yeah. This guy has a lot of personal notes about kaleidoscope trees, and there's just a bunch of hypotheses and what they think, where's the core tree is, what's the purpose of the kaleidoscope tree, like why does it do what it do, why are there so many unique adaptations, is this a division cultivation method where it breaks parts of itself off to go out in the world and cultivate and then come back and rejoin and absorb those attainments. Like, what is this thing? Whoever this is really disturbed by the kaleidoscope tree because it bothers him that he can't figure it out. What you're dealing with is the Tree of the Fell. It is a metaphysical creature that has no step in reality. You can only use what is left behind. It has a particular power in the wake of marauders, or people that take and kill and don't harmonize with the land. So every time a tree is cut down and the roots aren't uprooted and the whole of the tree used in harmony, then it has a doorway or a window left open. Basically, somebody left something open, and it invites the Tree of the Fell to enter. There are only 2 known powers that can harm the Tree of the Fell and force it back. The power of nothing, and then the next part's missing.
Which most people assume, probably reading this, power of nothing being, nothing can harm it.
And then the power of, and then somebody tore off that part of the page.
Aha, the same power. Okay, so this paper can be torn.
Yeah, it's a normal book.
Ish.
Yeah, so somebody else came in here and ripped off this page.
Chun Po, perhaps you should study these recording methods that this house is utilizing. Your master would probably, well, 1, already know about this type of method, but 2, appreciate your self-study.
I think that is a good idea, but also I think I should study exactly the best ways to uproot and to handle and utilize a full tree. I feel like this should be a page that, well, a window that is not opened, as it put it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to look around and do some investigating, sure. Or if you want to go out and deal with trees, you can.
Well, investigating and then trees.
Sure.
Well, the other
Mhm.
thing has probably got to do, well, the other thing that can deal with that Tree of the Fell has got to do with the train tracks. It's utilizing the other power, because that was not nothing.
Right. Further pages explain it. There's a lot of things you can do against the Tree of the Fell to push it back or contain it. This is a part of the quarantine procedure. The train tracks go all the way around where the Tree of the Fell exists. But they surmise that once all the trees have been cut down within the quarantine zone, it doesn't matter. It'll get out. It'll break containment.
That's one reason why Liron, if you would have kept the core in the tree, no one would be able to get to it, as well as it would grow.
Well, it's still left. I can grab the ambergris.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, that's one thing you could do, though, if you wanted to do something against
Well,
it.
taking the core with you makes it so that the tree in that location can't grow back, but you can have it grow somewhere else.
Yeah, but the corpse of the tree is still there, and
Yeah.
Tree of the Fell becomes more powerful.
Yeah. So the Tree of the Fell is one of the sovereigns of the Star Forest.
Gotcha.
It is considered the shadow of the devouring tree. Both are sovereigns in their own right. Both are different entities, but one hides in the shade of the other. Both are calamitous entities, and should be contained with all effort. But most of the funding and effort put into containing sovereigns of the Star Forest and their influence and the calamities that would make their way into the path. Well, supposedly we've done a good enough job, and we've been doing it for so long that funding has stopped. So whoever is reading this, you're on your own.
Does that mean that the train has stopped running on this thing?
It looks like they've set up an automated system. The train runs once a year on its own, but eventually, if left unmaintained, it will stop.
Is it scheduled within the month that we're here?
No.
Oh, good.
There are many containment methods. Some of them require collaborations between a significant number of disciplines, and that could be very difficult because everyone has their own pride and wants credit. But this one was at least successful. If the Tree of the Fell breaks containment, anyone who has cut down a tree most likely will be harvested first. It has your mark, it has your cut, it has you basically your Dao, especially if you exposed or bared your fangs
Or gave them the Dao name.
or gave them the Dao name. The trees are not benign, they're listening.
Yep.
They're watching, observing, learning. And if you successfully cut down a tree, that's the worst result. Fortunately, it's contained for now. But it seems this place has become a training ground, an opportunity, which makes no sense. But that could be destiny.
So, what do you guys want to do with this information?
I want to study those tracks. And, well, perhaps return the ambergris to the tree and strengthen it further.
Lar's going to do two things. One, he's going to go start clearing out stumps. Start cutting them out.
Sure.
I agree.
I can aid with. I don't have that many axes.
Yeah,
There's
a lot
a
of them
pile
just
right
a lot of
there.
them just come apart.
Liron, you should check to see if there's any mechanisms within this station here that maybe need to be maintained. That's one option you could do. Unless it's the train itself. And also, we could talk to the Sword Elder. Maybe they don't know about this.
Fair.
Maybe this is an achievement we can look at for having on our wall. Something we did.
I don't know if the Sword Carnival would be particularly interested, other than the fact that a lot of their members would be targeted by this tree.
Something to do with one of the ruinous trees, I think, is a very big accomplishment on the path.
Sword Elder,
Yes.
did you know about the information within that shack?
I too have come by and cut my own tree and read the contents within. But we, for every student we bring here, whether they succeed or not, we leave a tip. There's a tip jar in the side contribution box. So like if you want to leave some money, please do. So for every student we bring here, pass or fail, we leave funds. And occasionally somebody will come by and be pleasantly surprised that there is now money. This is the reason why the train keeps going. And the tracks, well, the tracks, we've never seen them require maintaining. They're built so well. But the train, yes. So many don't. Try not to remove the stumps. We found that if you remove the stumps act as a prison for the protrusions. They can't grow bigger than the tree that was there. And we're trying to make it so that it does not form a canopy of shadow.
Oh, that tree that I cut down is particularly large, and if I got the ambergris back...
You put a shrine there. It's fine.
Oh, yes, of course.
So the tree dislikes disharmony, and to leave a tree cut down is disharmonious. But humans have a strange advantage to them. The bustling world enables us, even as marauding cultivators, capable of shame or not resentment, but guilt or regret, and effort put into showing that regret or giving thanks is considered harmonious by the bustling world's standards. So you putting a shrine there as a remembrance to the tree that is considered harmonious by the bustling world's rules, and we'll continue to maintain to enforce that. So I doubt the shadow will grow through that.
Oh,
It's
did
still
the
a
tone that rang out make those shadow trees go away for a bit, by the way?
Mm-mm. It would need to be a sound similar, if not outright exactly like the ones on the rails.
Those are disharmonious.
Yes, you would be harmonious by projecting disharmonious tone. But here's the thing. Replicating that tone, no matter how good you are at sound DAO, the level of artifice you would have to achieve.
I would imagine that that work was not created by one person.
No. If it was created by even one discipline, like an entire faction, it would need an incredible amount of maintenance. In fact, the rails would have to be replaced consistently, but it's a collaborative masterwork. It's made out of eternium steel. It doesn't. You came across some of that in the Bullet Hell Mountain.
Yes, we still have them.
Yes, it's made out of some of that, so it's eternal. It doesn't rust. It doesn't decay. It doesn't crack. Is probably worth untold fortunes to build it, especially on a scale that large. But it was doable. So we're aware and we contribute, but we're also at war. We need this opportunity to help teach students so that we can fight our enemies and our nemesis, the Lofty Sword Pavilion.
I suppose a more valuable lesson from this place is that there can be a devastating cost to knowledge as well.
Yes, indeed.
Liron.
When you take...
Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
When you take, there is consequence, especially if you don't give.
Is there a way to... You said that these shadows are prisms?
The stumps are prisons. Don't remove the stumps.
Liron, you fell another tree and never got it back, by the way. I never did anything with the stump.
Oh, well, I said I brought the tree over. I'm going to go ahead and make a shrine out of that stump as well. It was cut down with nothing, though. So it might not even leave behind a
similar.
corpse.
I think a clue would be in the book, like it probably says something like, you chopped down this tree with unknown, and you broke in with unknown.
Nothing
Yep.
is in the book. But okay,
Yeah,
if,
but
if that's the way it
nothing
does.
is in the book. They know what nothing is, but they don't know how
Yeah.
to identify it.
Yeah.
Or whatever system that's recording doesn't know how to do it to identify it.
I want to ask and verify, has Chun Po with Sturdy Lad, I have done my part then? I wasn't quite sure if my shrine was good enough. If it's not, I will continue to work on it. But if it is, then okay, well, I guess I'm in harmony and all is well.
Savalera brought 5 high-grade heaven earth crystals. They're going to leave them in the tip jar.
Oh. We may not come back here, Sword Elder, but can we request that you leave a tip of our own funds after the fact and be brought back here?
I can bring you back to this particular location. You can't cross the tracks more than once. You probably know why. You'd be breaking quarantine twice.
Yes. Then why are we able to cross again here right now?
The same.
I guess because
Still
we
within the
haven't
month.
left the proximity.
Correct. The truth is still being written.
If we come back, just don't cross the tracks again.
Correct.
And I suppose that's not for this thing's record's sake, but because the Tree of the Fell would know us.
Know us too well to let us live.
Why would it be dangerous for somebody who has come here and not cut down a tree, though? Is there some variety of protection that this record enforces?
Hmm.
I think it might just be more along the line of the tree learning and saying, well, let's see what this one can do. It wants to put input for that and then let it go and have it come back.
So when you cross the train tracks, usually we make sure that we arrive well on the other side of the train, making its loop, because the disharmony still resonates for months afterwards. When you cross the track, you pick up disharmony.
Oh, so then the tracks would kill you upon crossing them the second time.
You'd have to remove the disharmony, and that is a significant hardship. Difficult. I haven't figured it out, and I really don't need to go back. I have what I need, and the disharmony protects you, but doesn't bring great harm. But built up disharmony, well, you know what that does.
Oh, yes.
So the reason you don't cross is that if the disharmony builds up even once, your mind starts to unravel. You go crazy because you can't. First thing it affects is your ability to think. You can't put cohesive thoughts together. Words go missing. Words lose meaning. You can't form proper sentence structure.
Goes to shit real fast.
Yeah. And if you do it a third time, then it's your spirit. And then, of course, if you do it one more time, the body. So we would prefer not to lose you. But, Mr. Liron, I suppose if you earn enough points, you could earn the right to return here to study the rail with your discipline master.
I suppose. I don't know how much interest he would have in this rail, but I might be able to convince them it's
Any
worthwhile.
artificer worth their weight in capability and achievement would
Oh, right.
pay
You
a
said discipline master, not Dao master. My bad.
discipline master. Uh, yeah, any discipline master with the air they breathe would be interested in that mastercraft.
Fair enough, as it has many disciplines that have been used for it.
Hmm?
One other question. The door that was broken down, I fear that I don't know how to make a good enough door to replace it. Though I would imagine it does get repaired at some point.
Maybe a healthy tip.
Yes, can you put 100 Marshall coins from stores into the tip jar? I don't know how much that door cost, but I imagine it was a good amount.
We put Marshall coins in; they will easily be able to afford a new door. If
Well,
you
that's
want to
good.
contribute your own funds, go for it.
I
I'd
put
probably
in
say a high grade cultivation crystal would pay for the door.
I put in 5. So
Crystals. Oh, sure.
yeah, that's what I had on my character sheet when it came in. So
Oh yeah, you did bring some. I think I brought some too. I think I brought the same amount. I'll put those in as well.
I don't know if I brought crystals, and I don't think I did, but
I do recall Lar mentioning that he was bringing crystals, and I'm like, I'll do the same.
I still don't know what the last thing is, though, guys.
like the last point, or
Yeah. So we did a lot. Um,
Well, I've got the rest of this month and would like to study the rails. I don't know if the last point is relevant to me more than learning about this.
let's see. Creating harmony, is that the last point? Otherwise, that there will be something to come back, or to come for you, because you were not harmonious, and it took offense.
I mean, I used all the tree, and I gave it a memorial.
I also do want clarification. Was my treatment of creating the shrine okay, or
You put time into it, right?
I tried? Yes, I wanted to have some meaning for it, and there was people creating sound waves, and I was just like, I'll try to create a shrine that's cool and useful, but
I mean, we even did the chop method for it. I feel like we did an okay job.
What about the stump that I took the axe out of on this side of the tracks? Is that a problem?
I think that one literally is for size. Like, imagine a giant character or something.
No,
I
the
mean,
one
there's
that I took
just
the axe out of.
none
The
of
one that
these
was for a
ones.
medium character. No. Oh, those don't. Yeah, that's true.
So you're gonna spend a month here, eh? The rest of the month, which is good. I think you should.
Sword Elder, would you say that we have identified or have walked across all 3 points by this point?
You've probably interacted with some of them. You've already gained the attainments from one, yes?
I believe so.
Well, you'll be found lacking in the other two, but we're only here to make sure you understand the point of cutting the trees down and how to do it. You did.
Yeah, that
All of you
too.
did.
We did kill
So-
some of the ants.
Very good. Star Forest woodcutter ants are not to be trifled with. You, since you are alive, I imagine that you killed them dealt with them immediately.
Quite. We
Quickly. Yeah.
realized they were forming an array, and that would have
Yes.
ended poorly.
So the woodcutter ants have 3 arrays. One is the beginning array. Beginning array is a defensive one until you let your guard down, and they do something called terraria shift. They move the ground underneath you to the center of their array. This is not something you can stop by mere teleporting or moving. The world shifts around you. And now you are in the middle of the death gate. And the formation shifts to the killing array.
So this is a Eastern style array that they use.
Yes, they're Eastern style ants. Most insects and bugs use Eastern style. Even over in the West, they still use more mystical stylations. It's the people of the West that have a more mathematical, scientific, engineering, and science approach. I think it's science, math, engineering, technology. Technology. That's the one I was missing.
M.
Yep. M for math. STEM.
E for intelligence.
And the shadow trees are the last point?
Shadow trees are the tree of the fell.
Yes.
It's spread there. It's a whole network. Kind of like an aspen.
Hmm. Um. Let's see then. What two are we lacking?
I'm going to tell you.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that would
Defeats the
be
purpose.
the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it has
Excuse me,
something to
sorry.
do with the giving and taking tree.
No. I will tell you this. Those are red herrings. That's a vacation spot. You came across them by happenstance.
Mm.
But happenstance is its own opportunity, and if you didn't do anything with it, well, then you missed it.
We learned about obliviousness and its power. Which, not direct power for us, but good to keep in mind dealing with something like that. How do you deal with somebody who is oblivious?
I beat the shit out of them.
What if you say you cut them down and they say nah?
Then I say, yeah-huh, and I do it again until they're like, okay, yeah.
Ooh, so you do the same thing to them.
Yeah,
Got
I
it.
mean, the only way you beat them is you beat them up. You can't
Hmm.
really argue when they can't move.
What if their argument is they can't be beat up?
Then you go, nuh-uh, and then you beat them up anyways.
What about infinite nuh-uhs?
Then you go infinite yahas. You need to bring your level of combat down to their level.
So, well, as long as you can hit them, then
Mhm.
you're winning.
As long as you can hit them and actually deal damage and beat them up. Because if it's ineffectual, then it's ineffectual. The other way to beat them is to be on the other side of the spectrum. So smart, you can trick them. You're not really beating them. You're just abusing how dumb they are.
So you
And
change their mind, effectively.
no, you don't change their mind. You trick them. Whether
Like, well, I'm not cutting you down, I'm splitting you apart.
still too smart. To sort of not smart enough or not dumb enough. You got to be on the two sides of the spectrum. There's no middle ground with those guys. So either you be really dumb and you go yaha and you fight on their level, or you use reverse psychology. Like, well, I mean, I suppose you don't want this, and they're like, duh. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you wouldn't want it anyways. It's like the best flavor ever. It'd be wasted on you. Well, I want it now. It's like dealing with a child, a man child. You can also wield them against others. Be like, hey, did you hear so and so said this about you? And they're like, oh, what?
I
You
said your
sure?
jump pads are stupid.
Yeah.
I will annihilate them.
The problem is they're durable and they have the dumbest Dao. But that also means they don't mentally develop as people. They can't, because otherwise their Dao no longer works. So you kind of got to take advantage of a man child at that point. It doesn't feel great. So that's why I beat the shit out of them instead. I'd rather beat up a child than the trick one. That doesn't sound very good.
No, it doesn't. But hey, you're a marauder or whatever.
But they're not
so.
actually real children. They chose this. Remind yourself of this. They chose this Dao. And they're
Nuh-uh.
full ass grown people. The Dao itself makes them dumb.
Oh.
Because you have to have a brain so smooth it can act like angled armor. When a Dao argument comes by, it just ricochets. Or just squee. Just slides right off.
Lances.
Yeah, glances. But to do that, you have to be so dumb you don't even consider the possibility that they could be right. And in fact, you could be arguing with a scholar who's an expert in this field. No, you're stupid. And it's like, what? But I'm the scholar. But the scholar would lose that argument because you're arguing with the child. Or at least a dum dum.
Hmm.
Eh.
Well, I suppose I'll start researching this here rail if you two wanted to continue to explore and maybe find what else it is that we can learn here.
Um, and we aren't trying to deal with the shadow.
I imagine that would be a future endeavor. Also, maybe it has something to do with the Dao points the trees have, like how to solidify our own.
Create a passive one, like you were saying.
Yes.
I
I don't know
know
what the third one would be.
yeah.
Well, how? How?
Well, I imagine we're supposed to be learning that lesson.
Do it. Just try it. See if it works. I
Do
guess
it.
that's really how it goes.
Maybe it has something to do with the method that we are utilizing along with our Dao punctuation.
I
Maybe
have
if
to
you
move my car. I will
visualize,
be right back.
internalize, and actualize the Dao point, you can make it into something more solid.
Well, I guess it's a good place to end anyway.
What time is it?
12:05.
So,
I suppose.
We will continue your efforts when we
Next time.
return.
Dragon Ball Z. Next year.
Yeah, next year. In fact, next episode we will host will be the 3rd.
And it'll be the 100th session.
Yeah!
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's very good.
Yeah. And by the 108th, we'll be 2 years in.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, that made the dog real confused. She was
All right.
sleeping and then suddenly she wasn't.
All right. Thank you, guys. I am.
Thank you.
Johnny, I did want to talk to you a little bit more about I sent you
Yeah.
after session. So let me know where you want to hop onto so we can discuss that.
I actually have plans with Allie, but I will definitely pick it up.
Because I have this incredible world idea using what you've posted.
Yeah.
And
For the Fable stuff?
yeah, it's seasons.
Seasons. That's one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you nailed it on the head. And I know
Mhm.
exactly how to help you flesh it out. And
Cool.
and I think it's gonna be so freaking cool.
Yeah,
Well, it
no,
does. It's
we
pretty
should do
great.
that. I gotta go do stuff with Allie, and yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna get you today.
That's okay. I have Monday as well because I have an evening flight, which is so
mhm.
wild. I've not had an evening flight in forever, and so
Yeah, I'll catch you Monday.
sounds great.
Okie dokie, because I know you're busy on Sundays pretty much all day. So
Yep. As for Sunday, Casey let Isaac know that I have
It'll be
approval
evening,
for
right?
yeah, it'll be evening. It'll be evening here unless you guys want another location.
Nope, that's good. When does your session end for Stroud?
I can end it whenever. Like we're kind of at that point where it's getting to the holidays and we start at 3 and I'll probably play up till 6 or 7. So I'll bow out a little early. So depending on how early people want to get here. So
Follow up with Isaac.
yep. So whatever you guys are wanting, I know Alex is doing something with his dad, but he could show up for a bit later. And
You
then
should. You should follow up with Isaac.
okay.
I don't want to give your address to him. That'd be weird.
yeah,
Okay.
Uh huh.
You convinced me.
Good.
good. All right. Well, thanks for session.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Cut the tree.
We did
All
it.
right. See you tomorrow, man.
Bye.
Tell Ellie hi for me.